Well, yeah, this is for all the youngsters. Just remember, those fox looks. All the youngsters in the world, I think you're too close. Even if you're that's good, I still think you are no more. Pause and take out when you think all the funny, if you are posse. I'll take you back to my house and fucking smash your pasty. Let this last one with Libby. I took her to my house cause she wanted everything. She was like, "Woo, you hope you are Rod." I was like, "Yeah, let her see a pod." Cooks and tell this we both fuck. But he said he didn't like it when he made it like he's not. Gangsta, gangsta, I hope you are lover. I wear the fucking wrong cause I think I know you know how she used to be in a nanny at the high school. I think I made a fool, so that's got it cool. She said, you are cool. She can come back and leave cause you're from my nose. And I didn't stop looking till the break of dawn. Now and I take the fucking lump on my mobile phone. She was like, "Well, didn't show you us." I was like, "Course I would, man." All the is in the world, I think you're too close. Even if you're that's fun, I still think you are no more. Pause and take out when you think all the funny is you are posse. I'll take you back to my house and fucking smash your pasty. Yeah, I met last from Walker King. She had a top-notch funny. There was no name. She had deep front teeth, but she was better. I took her for a date every look at my sheller. I left her slim from the Spectra gold. After a few minutes, I like stuck her to a wall. She ripped up her nigga like Hulk Hogan. I was like, "Well, you're pure smoking." I've never met a lass like her before who loved getting hooked on a bus stop floor. She said, "I'm not the first and I won't be the last." So I thought, well, fuck it, I think I'll have a blast. So I thought for through and just started scanning corners, shouting out stuff like I'm gonna eat your nuggets. She wanted me pens, but I thought, fuck that. So I pulled up the up and blotted on her back. All the dashes in the world, I think you're too close. Even if you're that's fun, I still think you are not. Wasn't take out with you all the funny, you are classy. I'll take you back to my house and fucking smash your pasty. Oh, well, then I'll say, let's see it out. I am not your on your dog. You're good looking. You're looking. You're ugly, but I'm still right here. I started to back in guys. I just feel it my copies of no doubt he'll be asking for the next Charlie. Or maybe he's just coming to smash the past year. But you're alright there, Swanee, and you enjoyed that today, mate. Luckily, I couldn't even watch it. That didn't even get to watch it, which is bonus, isn't it, really? I heard you were lucky, though, you know what I mean? Shouldn't have been a penalty, I don't think. But just letting you know the feeling today, mate. I've just watched that game there. We will have a little discussion about that. That needs discussion. Got another newbie in, guys. Can't see me. Is that a John Cena fan? You can't see me. Big up, you can't see me if you turn out to be all right. You're probably someone else. But you know what? If you're all right, then you're welcome in here. There's Swanee there doing a bit of hi Lou Donnan. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Best avatar on YouTube there. The one and only Big G, aka Big Gimp, aka Crybaby when he gets beat on the quizzes. Wasn't happy last night, people, if you were there and seen that logo quiz. Got a few people's lives today. I thought I better get a few mentions today. My logo quiz, you know what I mean? Seems no one else has ever done one. But no, I didn't hear out. Oh, wasn't it fun, mate? I thought we beat them, you know, today, mate. I'll be honest. Be honest. But the run had to end somewhere. Just a shame that it was against the Mackhams, isn't it? Dodge the Badger. Definitely heard of that one. Definitely heard of that one.
He's the man here. Maybe we'll come out of his little hidey hole. He's ghost. Lightweight, only got in 2 hours ago. I thought we were going to get a little exclusive there, my mate. Thought you were going to jump on and give us a little 5 minutes of how the weekend went. There was only one thing missing, Darryl. That was a win. Imagine if Liverpool had got a good win as well of it. You went on to watch that fight. Oh, that would have been special. That. Hey up, banter lad. Good to see you in here, mate. Hope you're stopping for a little while because tonight is can't remember what I called it. Oh yeah, Fmttm Sunday show. Just a chilled out Sunday one, you know. Get some topics going. And for what it's worth, get my thoughts on everything. I'm still getting used to this tablet, you know. Yes, Sean. Nice one, Sean. And nice one for your donation last time, mate. Appreciate that, fella. Big up Sean Wayne there. I think Big G's trying to say he still thinks he won. Like, I know he lost a few hours sleep over that last night. Yeah, Darryl, I've had a little look. I did have a look. I just wanted it from the horse's mouth. But if you're too tired, mate, I know, Scott. Oh, you've had a rough weekend on the shandies and that. You don't have to tell us that. It's all right. Got a couple of messages out here anyway. A couple of comments, which is more than I've seen all day, people. So, you know where his loyalty lies. I tell you what has been getting mentioned, though. That I still don't know, right? I like it. I like it visually, but I like flavors. Flavors is totally different, isn't it? You know, with the swirly bit. I like the way that. I like the way my lampshade. I like the way my lampshade is like very central. So I am on this new tablet. I've heard the camera's really good, so I do apologise for how rough I look. Like I look even rougher when I take this hat off, obviously. But I've heard that the camera's really good on this, so I'm sat back a little bit. And I hope the sound's all right. But I think it's nice, isn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it like big up flavors for that, mate? I know flavors. Loads of people have been telling him that I copied off him. Which I totally admit it. I totally admit it. I said flavors. It might not happen very often, especially not in his clothing in the clothing way. But I did copy off flavors twice last week. Took 2 ideas off him. I tried to jump on his panel the other day and all, and I've chatted with him when it was quiet, and he was only about 2 joints in. He's all right, you know. You can have a good convo. So I did jump in, try to jump in, but I can't remember what happened. So I still haven't. Like. Well, I wouldn't apologise. I would apologise for copying it, like. But can you see what I mean? Man's different. Man's like it is moving there, but flavors moves a lot faster with like a vortexy thing going on. Big up, fact lad. You know what? I haven't had a good bounce off fact in the chat. In the chat, yeah, like for ages. You know, probably because there's only a few chats that are going now. I'll be honest. It's quite sad, really. I watch, but I just don't go in the chat. Anyone who knows us, man, knows that knows if there's someone on a level, then he gets a good banter, you know. I hope Darryl on his 24-hour one, I hope he doesn't have to edit it out, does he? Because for some reason he's not allowed to show it, is he? Is that still the case? Can anyone tell us if anyone can rewatch Darryl's 24-hour live? because there was a section on there when he was absolutely like, he was dead on his feet, I'll be honest. Like, it looked like he was going to go down the pan. And he'll admit it. He was going down the pan, I think it was about 6:30 on Sunday morning. I was laid in bed, I think he had till 3:00, so he had another 9 hours to go, yeah. Absolutely dying on his feet, so I thought, oh, you've got to help your mates out, haven't you, 6:30 Sunday morning. Might have been Monday morning, sorry. Anyway, jumped on the panel as I'm in the back. Aldi only jumps on the panel, the famous Aldi, the marine guy who talks to marine mammals, yeah, who I have met. But I think he's only been on panel twice before, so you didn't expect him, but obviously he's seen the trouble Daryl was in, like myself, and thought, got to jump in. So he jumped on the panel, started showing sea lions. You know what I mean? Talk about perfect timing. And then I jumped on, and then I think somebody else jumped on. So Daryl went from like his leg dying to like it was on fire for the next few hours. So you know what I mean? Daryl owes a lot to us for that 24 hour. Gav B, how you doing, mate? Gav B, did you get tired out last night, mate? It wasn't me, man. We had some rogue modding last night. I'm not saying any names, but if you think of old Scouser, you know what I mean, Gav? And if you don't, someone's bound to put it in the chat anyway, mate. So, yeah, that was it. So I don't know. I know this camera's really good, apparently, but anyone who was watching last night knows that I've had I haven't been well like the last few days, been in pain on this. I thought it was a 2, but I've worked it out now. It might have something to do with the 2, but it's just like don't know, like swelling on my gum. And I'm not one of these who I don't. I can handle a little bit of pain. It'll take a lot for me to go to the dentist or doctors. So I've just rode it out. Like I did think yesterday, we were almost going to go to the Louise will tell you, the out of hours dentist. Apparently, you can go like out of hours. And yes, Sparky, mate, how are you doing? I think that's Davey 90. Big up Davey 90, lad. Sorry if I'm missing you in the chat. I will get back to you. I've just finished this story off. Yeah, so we were gonna. It was on the verge of me saying, right, well, I'll have to go to the emergency dentist. And just a funny thing about that, right? So people who pay for the dentist know that if you work in basically pay for dental or dental work, but you never used to. But we all know that it's like an absolute rip-off anyway, isn't it? But apparently, if you go to the out of hours dentist, it's a one standard charge of 23. I think Louise said it was £23.50, and that's for whatever they do to you. So if you need a tooth out urgently, I'm guessing that they'll take it out, but they'll only charge you £23. Big up, Dave, lad. They only charge you £23.50 for anything. Don't know if anyone else if anyone else can verify that, right? Big up the 30 in the chat. Let's have a little look there. Merm Distat, how you doing, matey? How did you get on in the quiz last night? Yeah, man, Slim. Anyone want to get the links out, like share the channels and that, you know what I'm saying? Davey 90, we've had a few Macams in here today. I was lucky, mate. My fire stick was still off. So of all the times that I've had a fire stick, yeah, and I'm always raving about them. So last night we went to put the boxing on. It wouldn't come on. It's like, oh, you're kidding me, aren't you? No, I really wanted to watch the undercard as well. So we sat there anyway. The lad who gets us in, he's normally available on the phone, and he normally sorts it straight out over the phone. But anyway, wasn't answering, was he, for the first time ever? So we missed all the boxing last night. And I woke up today and thought, yes, the match, 12 o'clock, Borough, Sunderland. Anyway, it's on Sky, isn't it? Fire Stick still wasn't working. So, and the fellow wasn't answering his phone again. So, in the 2 days, I've missed Borough Sunderland, which I wasn't bothered about anyway, but I wanted to watch the boxing. But I tell you, oh yeah, that was it. I was looking for a stream, and there's a lad on here, Sports Night In, I think he's called. I tell you where he got big. He got big when the 3D Fight Club, because he was the one channel that was showing it, showing it live. I think it was the first 3D Fight Club. It was, yeah, it was. So he got big through that. He got about 1,500 subs in one night. Well, anyway, it's died down. His channel's died down a little bit after that, but he tends to put them on live, the boxing and anything that's pay-per-view, really. So I had to go there last night because it was the only one I could find. But he's got a way around getting took down, because I think Sky and them, when they find out that you're streaming it, I don't know how long it takes, but when they find out that somebody's streaming it, they just cut the stream. And so his way around it was, he had the big screen, like imagine my screen there. So he had half of the screen at the tail of the tape with the two fighters. Down the left, he had him at the top with a boxing ring behind him. But then he was streaming the live boxing in a box underneath him, as if they'd come up as a guest. I mean, it wasn't ideal. Like when you got outside like me, you could see the fighters, but you couldn't. It wasn't ideal. But the reason why loads of people in his chat were saying, "Can you not put it on the big screen?" And he was like, "No, because that's how they find you, But it only lasted 4 rounds anyway, didn't it? So didn't really know, Links there, buddy. Oh, you could give us a link, Alter. You know what, mate? I nearly put a community post out, asking if anyone had a link. I've been told of a few boxing channels. I think it was Stig. Stig was raving on Shufflins. It was a while back now. He was raving about a boxing channel where you don't get no adverts on it. It's never failed in UFC. So I downloaded it, and I haven't seen a fight on it yet. That many adverts and pop-ups on it. So I don't know whether I must be doing something wrong, Big up Tim, or we've all had a bad day on the football today, me. Oh, I tell you what, Arsenal flying, aren't they? If we've got any Arsenal fans in here, like Aldi's in here, he talks to Sea Lions. So got to allow him, you know what I mean? Can somebody in the chat verify what happened there? Because this is a brand new tablet, yeah? So I've only done 2 lives on it. Last night was the first one. And I know that I got a black, I think I had some guests on as well. I know I had the white circle with a black screen. So I don't know if that went off there. But if it does, just bear with us, because it seems to come straight back on. I don't know where that puts us in the league today, like football-wise, but I don't know what anyone else thinks, right? But you know this VAR now. It seems like unless you score a wonder goal from the halfway line, they're VAR gonna check it. One way to look at it though, you sort of get to celebrate twice, don't you? So you celebrate the goal when it goes in, which if you lead, you don't get to do very often. So then you get the 5 minutes or a couple of minutes, which seems like 5 minutes, waiting for the VAR to check it. So everyone's on 10 rucks again. Everyone's like, I've got a goal. And they're all watching the ref. And the ref gives a signal for a goal, and then you get to celebrate it again, don't you? What do you think about that? That's the way I'm looking at it. But then you've got the other side of it where it gets disallowed. But at the end of the day, though, it's all exciting, isn't it? If you look at it like that. Or is it just me? What does anyone else think? There's Dave Smithers there. Dave, you know what? These ones are all right. I'll be honest, right? We've got 3. We've four. We've had 4 off the same person, and it seems to be Louise who has problems with hers. I think I broke the first one by trying to put it in a dodgy telly that I had, and it wiped it. We had to get a new one there. But I'm pretty sure that, I mean, I don't have no problems. Mine works, but you know what else I find is if you use it all the time, it works better. If you don't use it, it takes ages to load in. You know, if you're only using it once a week or something. But if you're using it every day, you don't. It seems to work a lot. It seems to respond a lot quicker. You know, because obviously it works off your Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi here is I'm running this tablet, I'm running my phone, I'm running my laptop, and the Fire Stick all off the same Wi-Fi signal. Oh, I'm not smiling, Amanda. You know what? When I smile, that's when my gum hurts there. And I know, I don't know if anyone else is. I'll try and explain it best I can, but I knew it was bad. I knew it was really swollen because when I woke up, I could actually see this top of this cheek, you know, in my eye line, which obviously I can't on the right. You know, you look your eye line, you can see the end of your nose, kind of, but you can't see your cheeks. I don't think, but I could see this cheek. It was there all the time, like covering a bit of my eye line. But you know what? So that's how I know to get better because I can't see it now. I tell you where else I've had to change. I've had to when I put my laptop on today, I've had to change passwords again today because it wouldn't let us in YouTube. It really needs to go in the bin, like, I'll be honest, this laptop. That Liam Smith then, yeah? So let's get this right. Was that a title fight or anything? It wasn't, was it? Because I've said to Darryl before, I like boxing. I can talk about boxing all night. And like back my heyday was like Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank Sr., you know, Nazim, Tyson, Lennox Lewis. That was my scene. So, and I probably know a lot more about them days than I do now. But if I'm not wrong, he hasn't even he doesn't even know the title, does he? Yeah, and I think Smith, if you want me to be totally honest, like, no, there's a lot of Scousers in here. I'd never heard of him. And I think, is that Beefy? His nickname's Beefy. Never heard of half of them. I just didn't want to say that last night because it sounded a bit of a div, but because he sounds like a bit of a legend in Scousland. How are you doing, CD? Hope you're all right. Nice one for CD. She's popping in regular now. She must like it. She probably likes how chilled it is in here. Oh, you're off this start, mate. Early night for this start. I think he's a few hours ahead, isn't he? He's in Old Man, which, you know what, I still don't know where it is. Remember, I was good. Did anyone else, when they were growing up, we all had posters on the wall, didn't we? I can remember, this is how sad it must have been. I can remember buying full-size, poster size map of the world. So not like a globe, it was all on flat, which I think is a bit easier. I don't even know why, but I could do one of them now, because geography and history at school weren't my big things, like. But I think we all learned something new about the world every day, don't we? Here she is. Here she is. January the 1st, what's the word, inaugural winner of the first Moon's logo internet quiz. And anyone who stopped till the end last night, and we had the winner on the panel with the guy who came second, Big G. He felt the need to jump on, and they had a little discussion about how dodgy it was and how people were cheating and stuff. And it's only a vape, people. Is that all right? I know Louise doesn't like us smoking, and I don't think I will smoke on camera anymore. But I don't know, is it all right for a vape? Yes, Monk. Monk's the man. Monk's the man at the minute, along with this fella.
Hello. How are you, Mike?
All right there.
How are you?
I've just seen you in the back there, Tim, when just as I highlighted Monk, because there's a bit of a bromance going on with you and Monk, isn't there?
It's me, Monk, baby.
I've noticed a bromance in the air there, like.
I won't go as far as that, though.
Tim, you get them, don't you? Where you bounce off somebody for like a little bit, don't you? And you won't be bouncing off each other the last few days, like.
Yeah, it's all love, you know that.
Yeah, man. Because I was just going to say,
I know since he was on.
We're all seeing a lot more of Monk lately. It's good to see, man. He's like buzzing on the morning, and I listened this morning, buzzing.
Yeah. You want to ask Monk how United got on?
Well, I knew this had come up tonight because he seems to have gone now. But I think he was one of the first 5 people in Swan and Only, just come in to have a little gloat, you know.
Oh, Swan and Only was on video. Yeah, asking where you were.
And you got beat as well, didn't you, Tim?
No, 0-0.
Oh, was it 0-0? Where am I seeing 3-1? Was anyone 3-1 today?
That was Man City 1-3-0.
I'm sure someone must have been winding us up in the chat then. Oh, it was 0-0, was it? Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's a crappy game. We had our chances, we took them, but yeah.
So, did you watch that Man U game then? I think Monk was doing a watch-along thing, wasn't he?
I didn't watch it. I was in the night monks, just taking a piss out of it because they were going to lose anyway.
I just caught the end of it. I just caught the end of the game there. But what do you think, Tim, about the VAR, right? So you sort of like you get to celebrate twice, though, don't you? If it goes to VAR, you've already celebrated once, haven't you? Like it's a goal, haven't you?
But you're stupid if it is offside and you've already celebrated, isn't it?
Yeah,
But
well, that's a totally different emotion in it, like so. But that's what you go to the match for, isn't it?
yeah, of
You go to
course,
the match for
yeah. But
excitement like that.
I
So
think
look at,
VAR is slowing the game down, definitely.
oh yeah, definitely slowing the game down, like 100%. But like I said, that's the downside of it. But the upside of it is like you always get a few VAR decisions, don't you, in a game?
Yeah, yeah,
You always get a few, and it does get your heart racing a bit, especially with your team, you know. But like it does slow it down, really, right?
yeah.
That's the
How's your
downside.
iPad going, mate?
Oh, well, for on my side, Tim, it has been a nightmare, but I'm crap with technology, right? But I have had to change loads and loads of passwords, you know, and all I've done is I've only downloaded two things, YouTube and StreamYard.
Yeah,
So this is
but
only the second live I've done on it. Like I like it. I like it now. I'm sat with it, and I think the picture's all right. And it's
yeah,
brand
it's
new.
quality. I thought I was watching Flavors with it the other night.
I know, yeah, is that all right in the back? It's not. I was thinking, I hope no one's got what's that? What's that thing where it sends you loopy, you know, with flashing lights and stuff?
Yeah, no, it looks good, mate. Looks good.
Oh, that's all right,
But
man.
rid of those tops in the back now. Middlesbrough tops, just a
Oh,
bin
you
or
can
something.
still see them. Well, I've actually put the blue Adidas one over the top today, just out of respect for us getting beat.
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah, I'm getting loads of grief off Flavors about copying off him. But you know what I mean? Like
my,
I said, every Flavors. It's not like I'm going to copy off your head more about anything, is it?
oh, I wouldn't let him worry you, mate. I mean, even Sparky's getting one now.
I know, yeah, I know. I told him I would pay the extra few quid because there is quite a few of them. But I would get the best one, like pay an extra tenner and get the best one because that'll probably do everything. I think this
Yeah,
is only got three different settings.
I think it's the way he's set up as well. Flavors like, I mean, it looks better because he's sort of like right in the corner, isn't he? The light things, but where you are, you're central, like.
Yeah, he does it weird like Tim, doesn't he, Flavors? Like he has it, he looks into it from the side, doesn't he, all the time? He's dead close.
Yeah,
He mustn't move that laptop, that whatever it is. Oh, it's the same as iPad as I've got, actually. Yeah. He mustn't move that because it's always in the same position, isn't it? When he puts his camera on.
yeah. I don't think he moves it at all, does he? I don't. Sometimes when he goes off screen, he puts it onto like a big lamp. I don't know what that's all about. Have you ever seen that? When he goes off, like he just
Uh,
leaves it. It's like a big, massive metal lamp.
what? And what is it in his room like?
Yeah, yeah. I've never seen a lamp like that. I don't know if it is a lamp. I don't know. It's mad.
Oh,
But there we
I'll have
are.
to have another look. I probably have seen it and just not realised what it was.
Yeah, it's weird, like, but
But before I forget, Tim, you know your last live, mate. Both of yours were headlights, you know, and you were never a headlamp. Both people, you and whoever you had on the panel. I think it was Radio Fuming was on one day.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you were all headlamps, which you never normally have on yours.
No, do you know why that is? I think because I set up another account to get the free StreamYard. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it because I've
Probably
used the
have.
same logo. I've used the same logo look. So I
You
don't
know
know.
what? You'll have to go in and change that logo, change the logo, like download another picture like you've got there, or it'll take you to your gallery and select the same picture, and then that
Yeah,
should be it. You only should have to do it once, I think, because that's how I thought.
yeah.
Since
Because
I've
at the
done that,
moment I'm looking on my telly and I'm a headlamp, but on my iPad I'm not.
that's weird. That because you are a headlamp on my laptop as well. but you're not
Right,
on
wait a
my.
sec.
You're not when I'm looking. You're not on my tablet. You're not. I need to get the bottom of it. It's starting to get to me again. Like
Yeah, I'm
the
just,
thing
I'm
is,
just
right,
checking.
it's not our fault. It's a software fault, isn't it? With StreamYard, it must be because everyone. It's happening to everyone.
Yeah, let me
So
just
there's
check.
got to be like I think Pandeco has been putting in the chat how to sort it, but I'm all right. I'm like I seem to be or I know what to do now, but it's got to be it's a fault with StreamYard. It definitely is. Never used to happen.
Yeah, definitely. So if I
But
click on
no
that,
one's bothered. No one seems bothered about it. But if you're paying for StreamYard, you're not getting. It's not working properly, is it?
no, no. And I think it's actually to do with StreamYard. It's nothing to do with YouTube, is it? It's got to be,
No, it's StreamYard. It must
yeah,
be StreamYard. Must be.
yeah. And like you said, if you're paying for it, you want everything right, don't you? You know?
Of course you do.
Yeah,
You would in
yeah,
any other. If you bought something and it didn't work, you'd whinge about it, wouldn't you? But nobody's
yeah.
whinging apart from me.
But
But
mind you,
I've tried, Tim. I've tried. I've done 2 videos about it. I bang on about it
yeah,
all the time. As long as it's like I say, you're my mate, and I want your bloody lives to look good. And when you've got headlamps
yeah,
on, it looks terrible, man.
yeah.
Terrible.
It's not good, but I'll check it because I'm live at 8 anyway. But I'm I'll check it then and see what's happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, madness in it, all this.
You know what
But
else, Tim? You know the live you did last night.
yeah,
Can't remember what time it was, but I was watching it on my phone, right? And it said you had 15 people in, right? I went upstairs, I put it on my tablet, it said you had 55 people in.
I thought I had 55 because that's what it said on my
Yeah,
stream.
yeah.
Look, but I
But
didn't.
then it went back to 15. So did you, because the chat, it didn't look like the chat, because I know 55 is a lot of people in it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And my chat wasn't moving at all, really. Like it don't with
Uh,
like 15 people, does it?
so
But
did you
but it
notice
did.
that as well then? You
Yeah,
noticed
no,
that as well then, yeah?
yeah, yeah. So I said, "Oh, look, I got 58 in here." Like, but it went mad of it. I don't know what happened there. Like, but a lot of them ghost though, don't they? So it's either you got like 40 odd people ghosting, or I don't know.
But while we're on that subject, Tim, right? This is what I meant to say, right? Check this out, what's just happened to me here, right? So I got a notification on YouTube, right? Well, I got quite a few on my phone in the last hour, and I cannot explain this, right? So my last 4 were all off Norris, right? Can anyone see that? I don't know if you can probably
No, bit bright.
see yet there. The
Yeah,
last 4 notifications are off to say that Norris of Loxley has shared 4 of my live streams. And the 4 live streams are all from about 3 months ago. How can you explain that? I've just got them all through at once on my phone today.
yeah. It's a
Do you ever
bit
get
weird.
that?
That no, I don't. That's crazy. That isn't it?
Basically, it's saying that Norris of Loxley has shared your live 47 minutes ago, 4 times. I haven't had like, I don't even think I've spoken to Norris for a little while actually. So it's not as if like it's listening to you type of thing. We had this conversation the other night on Darrell's with I can't remember who it was. They were on the panel and telling us about how they reckon that YouTube listens to you, through your laptop and whatever.
Yeah,
And then
and I think at the moment YouTube is doing. I've been told that they're doing a big update.
right.
So I don't know if that's got anything to do with it. I don't know, but that's why sometimes the chat goes funny. Does your chat go funny, like jump now and again?
Yeah, it repeats itself. I get it. It
Yeah,
keeps coming repeating itself all the time.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think if they're having a major upgrade or something, I don't know, but
Well, if anyone can explain or shed light on, because we got a good convo on the other night, and they were saying that they knew it listened because they were up. I can't remember who it was now. It was one of the Scottish fellas, and they were saying that he'd been talking to his mate about something random, right? Like totally random. And the next day, when he put his YouTube on, this thing come up what they were talking about in his recommended, and he was like, "What the fuck?"
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, but then he said the next day he thought, right, he did it. He tried to set it up, so he talked about something with his mate, right? Something else random. Sure enough, he went home, put the YouTube on, and it come up on his recommended. So he said he's absolutely 100% sure that they listen to you, you know, like Alexa. They reckon them Alexas listen to you, don't they?
Yeah.
Take all your details in. They're listening to you all day long, forever getting info on you. But I think it is true because it's happened to me. It's happened to me loads of times.
You know what? You would think that they would have like some sort of security watching these panels, wouldn't you? You know, because there is a lot of toxic. Well, it's just crazy at the moment, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
And I don't know what the thing is, but they should have. You know, these channels should be put down. I think, like put to sleep. In other words, a lot of them. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion.
Well, you know what, right? This, I still couldn't say 100% right if this is right, but the way I see it, right, if you get palm bombed halfway through a really good live, right, and you get palm bombed and you see it, and obviously you knock it off. So other than you might have been on for 2 hours and have had a brilliant live, and that palm bomb comes on for 5 seconds, right? Now, 99 times, apart from once on Flavors, everyone's just ended it or YouTube's ended it. I think it's the host who ends it. I don't think YouTube ends it as soon as the cock comes up the screen.
Well,
I think, Tim, you could carry your live on, right? And it either YouTube might pick it up, whatever, but I think it's got to be reported for YouTube
definitely.
to knock it off. Surely.
If you carry on with it and you can still keep your live, if you take that porn thing out at the end, the porn bomb, you can edit it, take it out, and then put it back up on your stream.
Yeah, I think somebody in your chat has to literally, it might even be a few people for them to take note to say there's porn on the channel. Now, if you've got your regulars in the chat, none of them are going to report you either for a 5-second bit. So I still don't know how it works. I'd love to have somebody who can 100% tell us what happens.
Bombs you. If it's up longer than 5 seconds, then it's best to take it down. But if it's under the 5 seconds, if you leave it, you can get away with it and then just mess around with it afterwards and then just take it out at the end. Like,
yeah, because it just seems like it's a really silly, easy way for somebody to like. Basically, you could lose your channel if it was happening all the time, couldn't you?
Yeah,
it just seems
definitely.
Like they need to. Somebody needs to come out and tell us the exact 100% what the law is and what you can and can't do. Because
and YouTube,
I don't think anyone knows it.
They don't see it. They've got to see it, haven't they? YouTube, and this is where they should get a bit more tougher, I think, on these chat. You know, and I don't know, but some sick people out there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's like this mass reporting as well. Now, when somebody says your channel's being mass reported, like what does mass mean? How many people do you think mass means?
I don't know. If you got a channel with I don't know, say 100,000 subscribers, right? You could get most of those subscribers to report a channel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, which is a lot of people, though, isn't it? It's quite a big gang that to get in one go. It's like bringing 50 of your mates up or having 50 people in your chat who all want to report you, which is highly unlikely, don't you think?
Yeah, yeah. But you know, I think there is other ways of you've got to have so many people to report it to make anything happen. Like I think
Mm,
if you reported a channel, nothing would happen, just one person. They just look at it and just, you know, it's got
yeah.
to be so many, you know, how many I don't know, but
It's like, you
yeah,
know, when you're in a chat, Tim, and you click on someone's name by accident, or you look, or as a mod anyway, you will click on a lot of people's names. But when you're not a mod and you click on someone's name, you only get two options, and one's block and one's report.
yeah. Well, the block one, you can just block it and he won't be able to see you in the chat at all.
So what happens on the report one? Because I'll be honest, I've never ever hit that report thing, and I worry about
No,
hitting it by accident.
but obviously you could report it if it was up to no good, and but how many people would report that? I don't know. Or click on it.
What does it do though, Tim? When you click on report, where does it take you? Do you have to fill something in, or is
I
it
don't know.
just
Never
like
done it.
don't you
Never
have to
done
give
it.
any detail? No, I haven't.
I'd imagine
Not
you
that.
would have to. It'd be just like reporting a channel, wouldn't it? I suppose. I've never done that, but
If there's anyone in the chat who's ever hit that report in a chat like what we've just been talking about, can you tell us what happens?
and be truthful.
Uh,
Yeah.
I always worry, Tim, like you, sausage things, yeah. And for the first time the other day, I was on a panel and I bloody pressed leave by accident. I couldn't believe it.
I seen it. I thought it was quite funny actually. Like I thought
Yeah,
that
I
teach
couldn't
you.
believe it. But but there's loads of times where it happens every day where I click on a comment by accident, like in my hand, and I just worry about hitting that report button, you know, in case
Yeah.
like it goes straight to a report.
Yeah, it's a bit close to each other, isn't it? They should have sort
Yeah.
of like realised that and move. I don't know, move it somewhere else. But yeah. Right, Moon. I'm gonna jump off, mate.
Yeah, man.
Um, you have a good life, and I'll speak to you soon.
Are you live later, like Tim?
Yeah, don't worry. You know, you carry on, mate. You know, it's all good. Like
Yeah.
you know.
Well, if you jump in and if you jump in, like I'll be on for a while. If you jump in later on, when I'm going to finish, we'll just send them over to you or something. You know, I've
Yeah,
always
no
wanted
worries.
to do that too. I've always wanted to say that. I'll
There
send
we are then.
everyone over to somebody else's channel.
Well, I'm live at 8 anyway. I shouldn't have said that when you said it. Sorry, mate. But yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry about that, mate. You know, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, people just go live whenever they want. That's what I think, like, you know, and happy days.
yeah. Well, I mate. Well,
Yeah.
I.
Right. I'll catch you later, Moon.
All
Till
right,
that,
in a
mate.
bit, mate. In a bit.
Till
Yeah, I've always wanted to do that. That's when you know you've made it, isn't it? When you put somebody else's link in, when your live's finishing and send all your viewers over to somebody else. Yes, made it. The only other sign that you knew that you'd made it on YouTube was, well, there's a few actually. The other one is when you get the in your chat get spammed with them hot girls things, yeah. That's when you know that you made it. Some other ways you know you've made it. In this community, I reckon this is going to be different for certain people, but I'd say when you get the likes of Flavors on your panel, which I don't think he's been on yet, Film Boy's been on, we've got Fighting Irish on, we've had everyone on, man, PP, Expo. I've spoke to Expo on a panel, but not this one. Spoke to him on a few panels actually. One of them was mad. It was months ago, right? I can't remember what I've been watching, but I was on night shift at work, and it was about 3:30 in the morning. I'll tell you when it was. It was when Pablo was staying in that hotel in Newcastle. And Video, you know, the one Video Craig financed it all, and Pablo did the live from the from the hotel room, didn't he? Remember? It was funny actually. I jumped on that panel with Pablo. Video Craig came on the panel, and then Pablo done one of his usual flipping off, left me and Video Craig. And anyway, it turned out all right. We were talking about the algorithms and all that, because he's into all that. And yeah, and then so I was talking to him for about 20 minutes. And anyway, it was only a few days after that he done live. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and he went live, and I just happened to see it on my phone, so I clicked on. And I jumped on his panel, and he was like, "Oh, yeah." And I said, "Oh, do you remember from the other night?" He was like, "Of course I remember." He said, "How are you doing?" And all that. And anyway, Expo come on. So there was me, Video Craig, and Expo. And Expo just talking normal, you know what I mean? Talking for a while, yeah. I think that was the first and only time like I've been on a panel with Expo. Sorry, I haven't been reading this chat, you know. So when I got this laptop, Richard, how you doing, mate? Good to see you there, fella. John Beck, how you doing? Yeah, so when I got this laptop, not a laptop, tablet, it took me ages to find the settings to get it actually going, because it was on a 30-second, you know, the screensaver. It was set automatically, like, what's the word, default was set at 30 seconds for the screen to keep going off every 30 seconds. So I was trying to load everything, and the screen kept bloody going off. I was like, shit, I need to find that setting straight away. So anyway, I sorted that one out, and then the screen was dead. The brightness was set dead low. I was like, come on, man. Anyway, I found that, set that to like really bright, yeah. And then what was the other one? Oh yeah, the font, the text, the size of the text. No word of a lie, right? I've got it on 75%, like more than what it was, and I'm still, I can see it from where I'm sat now. But I had to increase the text size by 75%. Honest, yeah, I say going. I've done that on my phone as well. Like if I put my mobile phone setting back to standard sized text, I wouldn't be able to see it. Yes, Congo lad, how you doing, mate? Hope you're all right there. Come on. What else was I going to say there? Oh yeah, anyone last night? Anyone who was in that brilliant logo quiz live last night? I can't believe I haven't been ripped. I haven't been ripped more like, but I did have Louise's glasses on. Obviously, I couldn't keep turning the camera off every time and put my glasses on. So I thought, I already look rough, and I got a big bloody swollen cheek. Thought I might as well round it off with the glasses as well. So I did have Louise's pink prescription glasses on. That's what I mean. That's a perfect example there, G, isn't it? Tony Barton. How you doing, mate? That's that. So you'll have to forgive me. Yeah, I do recognise when new people come in, and they always oh yeah, you know, not because I'm nosy, but because I like talking to the chat and know a little bit about them. So Tony, you're either somebody new or you've changed your name, but all right, you mate. Anyway, nice of you to pop by, fella. I tell you what, we're getting a bit of Jim's time today. Like it's not very often Jim jumps at chat, you know. There's only here in the wizard pit, as Flavors now calls it. And if anyone anyone who's been watching for a while knows that I had a few problems with people who were blocked. And the main one was Ray the Lindsay. Just had loads of bother with her every live. She couldn't get on. She couldn't talk in the chat. So when I did unblock, she was on the block list. I don't know. Well, we do know her, but it wasn't us anyway. But I unblocked her loads of times, right? But you know what I wasn't doing, right? It's my fault as well. You know what I wasn't doing, and she's going to kill us for this, like. So I was unblocking her and just going out of the studio, you know. But you have to scroll down and press save your changes. And that's what I wasn't doing. So I do apologise for that, Lindsay, but I've done it today. So Louise said, what the hell's going on, man, with Raven? I was like, I have no idea, man. I keep unblocking her, but it's just not unblocking her. And that was why, because I wasn't freaking pressing the save changes button. Yeah, but Jim, you normally, unless it's the wizard pit, you normally only get a few comments out of Jim, like, but fair play, Jim. Putting a bit of effort in. Tony Barton's new. Yes, mate. Welcome, mate. So, did somebody recommend it, like Tony, or who do I owe the thanks to for sharing it, or did you just come across it? I've got a few of the, this is what I want to talk about, the shorts. I've been trying to put at least 3 shorts a day out, and I'll admit I'm running out of content. I need to go back down the farm. I need to spend a day Flamingo Land with All D. I mean, honestly, if I go to Flamingo Land again, right, I would spend about 2 hours just filling. I'll get a new SD card. I'll get a new memory card, because I would get as much content as I could from Flamingo Land, and I'd have shorts. I'd have a short supply for the next 2 years from 1 hour's video, let me tell you. So All D is our mate All D, and yeah, the guy who talks to marine mammals, yeah. So this guy has access to a zoo, which is like one of the best in the north, anyway, northeast. He's got access daily to all these animals in the zoo. Like, I think they've got every animal apart from elephants at Flamingo Land. And All D has he's in daily contact with sea lions, like hands-on, like this fella talks to them, yeah. This fella gets them to wave, he gets sea lions to wave and blow the nose and kiss you. I mean, how much more content do you want? And I'll be honest, I'll follow his shorts because he's my mate, and his shorts are getting better and better. Like, I did one last week, and I don't know whether you picked the song for that, All D. If you're in the chat, mate, it was one where it'll have been Marvin or Merlin was underwater, and he swam, and he just swam perfectly right up to the camera and tilted his head right at the camera. But the music he had over the top of it was Michael Jackson. I got this feeling somebody's watching me. But it just, you couldn't have got it. You couldn't have timed it any more perfect. It was singing, and then right as Marvin or Merlin got the camera and twisted, the head was right at the end of when Michael Jackson's like saying somebody's watching me in it. I thought he's either got really lucky with the way the song's been over his video, or he's done it himself. I'm not going to lie, I don't think he's done that himself. I think he's just got lucky, because I think he's like me, All D, but he might know a little bit more about me. I have no idea, Jim. Absolutely no idea. It's one of them. I'm full of ibuprofen, right? Full of ibuprofen, full of paracetamol. All I can taste is clove oil in my mouth. I've had 2 cans of Carling. Yeah. So I have no idea what I'm talking about, mate. will probably happen quite a few times tonight as well. But don't forget to hit the like button, though. Yeah. Seriously though, you can't stress this enough, right? Like, you don't want people in the chat saying, hit the likes every 2 minutes, right? Because we should be hitting the likes straight away. Should be, like, I've got used to it now. I go in, and I'll be honest, like, I do wait a little bit, because I believe that you have to wait a little bit before you hit the like, or it doesn't count. I did get told that off Video Craig, and you can see, if you think about it, there's got to be a bit of sense in that, because if you go in and you like something before it's even started, which does happen, yeah, then surely you haven't watched it, so how could you like it? Not on a personal thing. I'm on about YouTube picking up on that, like on the algorithm picking up that something hasn't even started and you've liked it already, yeah. If you get what I mean, I don't want to be too technical for Jim, like, because that's it. That's exactly it, Jim. Look at that comment, people, right? That's right, though. And I think YouTube looks at it like that as well. If you go in and it's on for an hour and you've liked after 5 seconds, it doesn't mean anything, does it? It's like on your way out, probably better. On your way out, always remember, if you didn't like it, just live with it, right? You don't have to press dislike. I mean, there's only 2 channels and their content that whenever these 2 people put content out, I will hit that dislike button. I'll be honest, but they're the only 2. And that's just automatic. It just happens automatically. I see the 2 names and I just hit dislike. And I reckon that we've all got a few channels like that. But that's right though, Jim. Serious. Hit on the way out. But if you don't like it, if you don't like it, just, unless you've got a grudge against them, or like they've really pissed you off in the live, you should leave the dislike alone, because it's, I don't know. I think it's Facebook that got rid of the dislike button, isn't it? Was it Facebook? Even though I don't go on Facebook, but look at them piling in now. He's probably already had a pop. It's right underneath him is bum buddy. I'll have to give them respect. Like, good win today, lads. I've heard. I haven't seen the match because my Fire Stick went down, so I couldn't even watch it, lads. I tell you, I could have probably found a watch along, right? Or if I'd have been feeling better, I might have done a watch along myself, even though we wouldn't have watched along because it didn't work. But I've got this app. Loads of people have got apps like for football scores, and everyone's like, "Oh, this one's better than that one." No, this one. But I have had this one for a while, right? Fmttm, Fotmob, and it's got everything you need on there. You know, it looks like it's really good layout. But what they have is, when you pick your favourite team, if your favourite a team, which I have with Middlesbrough, whenever anything happens at Borough, you get a notification of them, like the transfer or somebody's left, or while the live match is on, it comes through and whistles to tell you the game started. This is even if you're watching something else, it's just running in the background. But the best thing is, when you score, it cheers. It's a cheer, so you know you've scored, right? But if you go one, if they score, it goes, oh, and it's like, and I had to listen to that twice today. Wasn't good, like. It was 2-0. It was 2-0. And like, be fair, I'll be honest, yeah. Fair play. Fair play. Why is this slowing down, people? I've tried to highlight another comment there and it hasn't come up. It's leaving the Northern Kings on. Like I say, yeah, man, it's free, Sean. I'm trying to highlight your comment, mate. The Northern Kings won't disappear. Don't know what it's like. Is it still Northern Kings on the screen? Shit. Don't know what's happened there. Won't let me highlight other people's. Oh, see that? Did that go off there? It's all the things I'm running on Wi-Fi, I think. Yes, a few new people in there. Bad boy, how you doing? Hey, bad boy, you were unlucky last night in the logo quiz. Bad boy was there the whole 3 hours. Put some great input in there, added to all the excitement, and just got picked on the line, bad boy, didn't you? You and Big G, hit by 1 point by, well, don't even want to say a name, really, do we? Woo Mobile, there you go. Yes, Bright 77, how you doing, matey? What does this say? Fat Bollard. Exclamation, not an exclamation, what are them called? Whatever it is, quote, council to council badge flashing lunatic Jobsworth, FOX. Can anyone shed any light on that one? Is Carlin, yeah? Is Carlin like, is it a bit sad now, Carlin? Is it it's not on a par with the likes of Skull and stuff like that, is it? But can you remember when I was growing up? Can you remember the Carlin adverts? They used to be brilliant, didn't they? With who used to do them? They had all the footballs in them, didn't they? Gaza did them, didn't he? Terry Venables, I seem to remember. They used to make him dress up in different like scenes. I'm sure that was Carlin. Can anyone shed any light on that? Or? Right, this will be the only one and only, unless he jumps on the panel, right? This will be the one and only comment that gets highlighted by the Northern King tonight. All right, fella. Enjoy it. 3, 2, 1. Yes, howl ahead. How you doing, matey? Give me a P-Bob. Yeah, Blockbusters was good, like, on it as well, back in the day. Do you reckon you could do Blockbusters online, or? Because once again, and for the first half, I did have Louise right next to me, and Louise she was on a mobile, yeah, and I was on this new tablet thing. But I did notice that the other night we were watching on Daryl's when Tim did that quiz, and I was first. I thought I knew one of the answers, so I knew I was first. I had to be. I was that fast, so it came up on my screen on my phone that I was the first. And let's say Zeus was second. So I was like, yes, I've got that. then when Tim said who'd won, give it to Zeus, and I thought, hang on a minute, I was above Zeus. But when I looked on Louisa's phone, Zeus was above me. So you're always going to get a bit of that. But I had to go off what was in front of me, you know what I mean? And I know everyone wanted to win, and this was without Daryl. Daryl wasn't even in it. But we did, if you watch till the end, and when Big G and Wu came on, and that guy D was on as well, and his Nigerian friend popped on for a bit. But Wu actually explained, and it did make sense, right, that she is a bit of a whiz on the old keyboard. She's one of these, you know, doesn't even have to look at the keys, like Big G, like a pen pusher type thing. So that sort of explained how fast why she's so fast. She's obviously got her hands over there waiting for me to give the question. She's going like this, and her fingers are going. As soon as she knows it, split second to type the answer and enter. So that sort of explains, but it still doesn't explain how she knows all the answers to everything. Well, like, I mean, everything. Don't know what they're putting in these vapes, Jim. Yeah, you are, mate. Yeah, you and Northern King. Let's have a little chat with the chat before I put this link out again. Yeah. Let's have a look. Not going to highlight Jim because you know he's in his own little world, isn't he? He's a blessing. He's probably had a few cheap whiskies. He's sat there with his feet up in front of a log fire. He's got his two little dogs next to him, Killer and Nashers, we'll call them. Absolutely brutal dogs, then. Keep Jim and his wife safe, though. They're down in that rough area where Jim lives. So we'll leave Jim because he's enjoying himself, guys. He'll go when the Wizard Pits comes on anyway. Sean Wayne, big up Sean Wayne. Keep the low profile lately, you like Sean, I'll be honest. You haven't been, you know, when you watch a lot of YouTube and people come to the fore, don't they? And you think, oh, they've been on for a while, they're getting in loads of shit. But Sean's laying low lately. Laying low there, Sean, mate. Must be doing lots of shooting practice out on the range. Pablo, just the man. Good to see you in here, mate. Are you Jude's all right? I notice he's still doing his lives every day. And I'll be honest, I try as much as I can. I'll jump in Jude's whenever he's live and say all right. That I've noticed like his numbers are still down and that. So if anyone can share Jude's channel, or I don't know, I just hope he's all right because I haven't seen him on anyone's panel or in anyone else's chats, just doing his own lives, you know. But if you're listening, Jude, or Pablo, if you can tell him we were all asking after him, mate. I know he won't be happy today. I don't want to talk to him today anyway after Man United getting beat, so he'll be in the right mood. I know that. Let's have a look who else is in here we can talk about. I've already talked about this fella, like, smashing it at the minute. Coming back with a bang, like, with his little, with his new bromance, Tim Smith. Smashing it. If you haven't heard him on a morning, like, I have been listening to Monk last few mornings, mate. And I know when you do lives, Even if you do live every day, you always remember people coming in to chat. Like if I did this live on a morning, I can guarantee, like on the night, I'll be able to tell you who was in my chat, or if somebody said were they in your chat, I'll be able to say yes. So you do remember people, even if you just pop in for a few comments, you know. People do remember, like, and see if you're enjoying it, you might stay. You know what I mean? Fat turkey. I'm like your sparkly sun brownie. I'm a fan. Anyone know Fat Turkey? Whether it's an AKA, yes, Pablo, cheers, matey. Pablo, a big supporter of our Jude there, mate. Proper mate, proper friend. And I tell you who else, Pablo, I don't know. Foxtoff. Foxtoff, mate. If you see Foxtoff as well, will you tell him I was asking after him, like? Because, you know, what happened to him? That got turned on its head, didn't it? That got turned on its head, that. And, like, people have done a lot worse than that and come back within, like, a few weeks. But I don't think Foxtoff... I don't think anyone's seen. No, I haven't seen him under that name anyway. But because he used to come on the panel, Foxtoff, he was on the panel only a couple of days before that all that shit happened, which I think got blew out of proportion. Like I say, that's right, Swanee, isn't it? And he's another one, right? While we're on about what I'm not going to say come back for Monk because he has always been there, but I knew I said to him when he come on this panel right a few weeks ago, and Monk was the first panel that I ever went on, and he remember it. I went out on night shift and I sat in the car on my break, and I plucked the courage up to go on live, and it was Monk's, and I'm thinking he'd only started doing them as well, so. But he was used to going on panels, but he just started doing his own lives. And I talked to him for about 10 minutes, right? So it was weird to, like, when Monk started coming in this chat, you know, and he was coming on my panel, it was just weird. But so I don't think it's been a comeback with Monk, but he's one guy who's starting to worm his way in, right? And I say worm because he's got the backing of a few people. He's got the backing of a few big names are sharing his lives and that now. I've noticed, and he actually jumped on Expos last night. I don't know, I think we all know who we're on about, don't we? I think he's called the Irish Bull now. But I know he jumped on Expos and put a few people in a bit of an awkward spot. And one of them being Shuffling, and good for Shuffling. He didn't back down and he jumped off the panel. Yes, Jeff, lad. How you doing, matey? Hope you're hope you're coping all right there, fella. We know you think you've had a pretty rough week, you, mate. I tell you the other night, Jeff, when we were talking on Daryl's, well, even no, it was before we were talking, because I think I was just listening the first night, but I was getting tired just listening what you've done in the last few days. I was thinking, bloody hell, I'll never say I'm tired again. Just puts things into perspective, mate, let me tell you. I know Joanne's in as well. Big up, Joanne. And this is your second go-to channel now, mate, I'm guessing. Because I think it might be the first time you've been in, mate. I think it might be, you know. So, yeah, man. Anyone who doesn't know our Jeff, good mate of Daryl's, but I know for a fact that he's a proper gadget, you know. He's not into YouTube in a big way, but he's only subbed to Daryl, and he only goes on Daryl's live, but now he goes on mine as well. So, big up to Jeff. Ice is in the house. Nice. You did a good drawing the other day, mate. Let me think what it was. It was an Evil Dead one. Got that, and I don't even think you'd finished it. I'm not sure if I've seen the finished article, but I know you like the post like ones where you've just sketched it or whatever. But this Evil Dead one, the look you got on the woman's face, mate. Honest, I don't care what you use, crayons, felts, oil, like to actually get the expression just from drawing, man. I'd love to be able to draw. I would absolutely love to, like. I tell you one thing I'd love to do. I don't want to be Van Gogh, right? I don't even want to be, not that anyone would, Rolf Harris or Tony Hart. I want to be one of them guys at Alton Towers who has an A4 or a little bit bigger, Dormy A4 folder pad, a little chair and a few felt pens and another chair. And you go and sit down and he draws a picture of you, right? I think they're called caricatures. That's who I want to be. That's who I want to be. I want to be caricature. I want to be caricatured. You know what I'm saying? I think the charge £5. I've never even had one done. But I think the charge, when I was at Alton Towers last, I think it was £5. Because what they do is, you'll sit down and he'll sit there and he'll be looking at you and he's got his paper in front of him and his pens, and people gather around and watch. So he'll pick up on a feature. Everyone's got a big feature on the face. Say you've got a big nose, right? So you've got a big nose. So the basis of his sketch, and it's a comic sketch, you know, is going to be a big nose. So he's going to draw a big nose straight away.
Yes, so you turn your camera off.
Yes, my mate. You turn your camera off, fella. Sorry, bud.
How's it going, buddy?
You're handsome chappy there.
I am. You know that.
Two handsome chaps on the panel here.
What,
How
buddy?
are you doing, mate? Just saying, we got two handsome chaps on the panel now.
Oh, yes, definitely. I'll show you my camera. That's me.
There he is. Go on, son. Happy days, mate. How's today been, mate?
Somebody's just tried ring my phone, yeah. So now I can't even hear you. You know when you're on the phone and someone tries to ring, what you takes the sound.
You've got to jump off. You've got to jump off and back on, mate.
I have no idea.
Right. Somebody in the chat tell me to jump off and jump back on.
Blimey, what I'll do, mate, I'm going to jump out and jump back in, yeah, because my sound's gone off because someone tried down me, yeah?
Yeah, it happens to me. It's happened to me, mate. You've got to put it on airplane mode, if you remember. Yeah, jump off and jump back on, mate. Yeah, that happens to me. I keep forgetting as well, you've got to put it on airplane mode. But yeah, man, anyone else who wants to jump on, get on with Jeff. Absolutely sounds a pound, mate. He's got some, listen to some of his stories, man. Yo, little fella.
Yeah, all right, buddy. How's it going?
Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah, that happens all the time, that, Jeff. That happens all the time. You know what? The only way around it is, you know, airplane mode on your phone. It's like the mode where...
Yeah.
Yeah, your kids will probably know more, Jeff. Airplane mode.
Yeah, they'll teach me. I mean, like, Joanne was laughing her head off when I was talking to the telly because I thought you could speak through the telly. You laughing her head off. She got that one on video, didn't you?
You probably can, you know. You probably can if you set it up with Bluetooth. You could probably do that, you know. I reckon.
There you go.
Well, don't fly.
Yeah. Honestly, I reckon, Joe, you could. You could. Somebody will tell us if you can.
Stop being so cocky.
So what you been up to, bud? What you been doing today?
When we famous on your own?
I don't know when it was last time I spoke to you, but I've been bad. I've got like a infection in my gum right here, and it's swollen all my cheek up. So I've been in pain for a few days. But you know what, mate? I have got a high pain threshold, but you did come into my mind because today, right? I'll tell you why. Because I was driving home feeling sorry for myself, right, in pain, and then I thought about you, mate, and I thought, you know what? It just puts everything into perspective, mate. And I thought, here I'm fine, me, and that I'm being honest there. But
I've got to go Warrington tomorrow. The bloody another funeral arrangements to do. I mean, I've just like sorted one funeral out for my best mate because, like I said, as you know, he passed away on New Year's Day, yeah. And like I've had the bloody his kids on the phone because nobody knows what to do, like because he didn't leave a will, yeah, but he had money in the bank, yeah. So they don't even know how to apply for the money. I said, well, so I've just been looking online. I think you have to apply for what's called grant of probate or something like that, yeah. And then to be like the executor of his estate. So it takes about 16 weeks, and they're panicking now because like he's got money in the bank to pay for his funeral, but you can't get access to it.
That's a big story, that, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's like at a time like that, like the last thing you want to be dealing with is money, isn't it? But unfortunately, you have to, don't you?
I mean, and not only that, they take a fee. The government they want £270 to fill in the form.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's only one person who all comes out, and that's like solicitors and stuff, isn't it? They come out with quids in.
Exactly, they come out on the top, don't they? They come out on top, and like it's not that. I mean, did they want to be pissing about doing shit like that? They just thought they could just pay it with his card. I said, well, no, you can't do that.
All right, Sean, turn your camera off, please. I want to let you on.
Who's it, Sean Wayne? Go on,
Sean Wayne is in the house.
Hi, Sean. How's it going, bud?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. How's it going, mate?
It's just that my phone says 5G. I thought you had to have Wi-Fi or something for this caber.
No, you're all good, mate. You're all good.
So let me clarify something here.
Have you met our Jeff?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Is that Jeff from Jeff and Joanne Graham?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, two lovely people.
Oh, thanks, Sean. Nice one, buddy.
Big up, Sean.
Big up, Sean.
Yeah, hello there.
I think you've got some fans here, Sean. You've got some fans here, especially Joe. Joe knows how much of a legend Sean Wayne is,
I do. He is a legend.
She actually told me about that early on, Sean. She said, "Oh, Sean's on the channel."
I'm no legend, but Flamey, to answer your question, why I've gone out of the limelight is, I was watching this so-called war. So I've blocked 20 people, so I never see them anymore. So I don't get into any beefs in the chats. So therefore, that's the way it's going to remain. I can't be bothered with it.
That's good though, mate. That's good.
Yeah, the only thing that's annoying me about it is there's 3 channels I can't go on because Genghis is there, and that's Expo, Shuffling, and Julian. But I'm not that bothered anyway about that. But he's now a mod on Flavors, so that blocks me out of that one. Anyway, I've been thinking about this, where this war is going to go, and I'm going to tell you where it's going to go, right?
Yeah.
We're going to end up, they've now blocked that many people from those 3 channels that they're going to be left with just about 150 people, and they're going to stay that way, and the whole thing is going to split to channels that want to scream about acros and shit like that, right? And channels that want to have a conversation like we're doing now. And that's what's going to. There's no comeback from this. It's too bitter now.
Yeah. So it does seem like it's got a little bit over the top this time, but
it's horrendous. The things that they're saying about each other it's horrendous. You wouldn't say it about anybody. They're talking about people they don't even know, calling them wrong-uns and bacons and enablers and all this nonsense. Right?
So what's happening then? What is it like? Why are they doing this? Like,
The thing is, right, Jeff, like you're probably in a blessed place because you don't know. Joel know a lot more about it than you, but it's the dark side of YouTube, mate. It's the dark side of it. It's like we stay away from it over here.
She said something about what was it? You said you're getting trolled. I don't know what trolled is, but like somebody set up somebody set up a fake account in her name,
yeah. And
took her picture off Facebook, And what was this channel?
And they were in Irish Bulls chat last night.
And they were in Irish Bulls chat last night.
Just chatting bare shit as if they were me, and it weren't me.
And it weren't
bad news, isn't it? Bad news.
So it's my picture and it's my name.
Well, Joanne, here's the thing, right?
You, Joe? Why do you think you've been picked for that, Joe?
I haven't got a clue. But I'm dying to watch out, like, and see what it is, what they're actually intending to fucking do. Because, like, you know me, I don't do drama in there, me. I just go in there and give it positive big ups. You know what I mean?
You know what?
I'm into the drama side of it.
Joanne, I can assure you that will go away. The only place, if the person who's doing that is a mod where they don't like you, it may continue for a wee while, and you'll find that out because if you go in certain chats and you see they're not blocking it, you know that it's somebody in there. I've had this to me several times. I've got
a spanner in quite a few of the channels anyway, which I'm glad anyway, because if I do see that account in there and they've not got the spanner, which they've not because it's a fake account, I'm just going to block them straight away. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's correct, but my point is, there was 4 Sean Waynes, four of them.
Yeah, I did see a couple myself. I think I blocked one out of exposures, because it were.
Yeah, well, there was 4 at one point in exposures, and you mustn't have been there because the people who don't like me allowed them to stay there. It was ridiculous. I was just watching from the ghost, and so whoever that person is, they'll go away pretty quickly because your account's quite old, isn't it? It's 2012 or 13. Yeah. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. By the way, man, this is not an insult to you.
It's just worrying what the actual intention of doing it is. Like, what is the actual fucking intention of doing that?
I'd be wondering why me, you know what I mean?
Do you know what I said it was? I said that. I said, oh, it's probably because they're jealous of me. That's what I said, oh, it might be another woman who's jealous and trying to get at you.
Jeff, on here, it could be anything. It could be as simple as somebody seeing you in a chat that they don't think you should be in. So that'll be a reason for them to do it. It's that bad. Like
that's a bit petty.
It was only in Irish Bulls anyway, so I'm not bothered because nobody goes in his channel anyway, to be fair.
Yeah, man, he's only talking to 2 people, aren't you, Jeff?
Who's it? Yeah, I'm only in 2 people's chats, mate. I go. This is the second one I've ever been in. The only persons that I've ever been on is Daniel's channel. I like speaking with Daniel. You know what he's sound, isn't he? He's a good lad. And yourself, and then you go on there as well, and it's good listening to you, right? Chatting.
Well, that's how it works, isn't it, mate? I mean, I listened to you on there one night, and I thought, we're a decent bloke. You can just tell by listening to people. I mean, people in this chat can tell a decent bloke, I'm telling you. Yeah. And you're in the right place over here, mate. Darryl and Smithers, all these people in the chat come over and have a laugh, talk about anything.
Yeah. Joanne was on about Sean then just before he come on. You just said, didn't we? Oh, Sean's on there. He's sound. Said like it's going about him. He's from Scotland. Whereabouts in Scotland is he from? Joanne's sort of part of Scottish, by the way. Her mum's Scottish. Joanne's mum's Scottish, isn't she?
Yeah. From Clydebank.
She's from Clydebank.
Oh. Well, he won't mind me saying this, right? Joe will understand all this, what I'm about to say, but Sean has sort of, on this YouTube, right, you can be a star for a day or everyone could be talking about you for the wrong reason or the right reason. And Sean's been there. He was the main man getting talked about on YouTube for a long time, Joe, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. I had his back all the way, though, mate.
Yeah, we did. We always had his back, and not many people did, right? And it put us in a sort of situation. But it was this channel, if you remember, Joe, it was this channel where he jumped on the panel and he sort of left a bit of his face on, didn't he? He's saying it wasn't him, but I think we know. But yeah, he did sort of reveal his face a little bit on this channel for the first time, and it got clipped straight away, and he was all over YouTube. Do you remember, Joe?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah.
But he's rode it all out, you know. He's had all the shit, and he's come through the other side, you know. He's
what you've got to do though, innit? Just ride it out.
Yeah. But that's
I mean,
why.
it's only
That's
YouTube,
why
innit? It's only YouTube.
He's always been welcome on here, and
I know I've always picked him up, even when everyone else was at it with him. I've always stepped in and said, like, big up, like, he's never said or done anything wrong to me or said anything wrong to me. I've never seen him say anything wrong to anybody else, to be fair.
One sec, Peter, is that you, Jay? Shows your ugly mush if that's you. Yeah. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, all right, mate. Flipping Tim Smith's he's an idiot. Oh God.
Tim Smith.
I suppose
we all know that.
Yeah. Mate, get this, right? I said I'd jump on, right, to put give him a hand. He's only put your link out. That's how I've ended up. He's an idiot.
That's typical Tim, that, like, no way.
Suffer now. I'm just going to talk to you. I didn't even know you was live, so how you doing?
You've landed on the better place for me, like I reckon, Jay, anyway.
Too right. I'm going to tell him that. He's an idiot.
That's what he gets for going live when I'm live, you know what I mean? He's took half my viewers off us. So I've took one of his
Is he doing a quiz?
Yeah.
He hasn't got visuals like that, has he? Jay and Jeff, surely you'd rather look at that mush and all them lights behind us. As long as you're not epileptic.
Lovely, that is.
Yeah, man.
I like the one the flavours has got, but that's a bit too bright.
Yeah, well, I think I've got the one under it. I've got the cheaper one.
Yes, Lou.
I've got the cheaper one.
Yeah, but that's nice.
I like
that is. That's more mellow.
Yeah,
I like that one more, to be honest.
So Tim will be wondering where you're at now.
Yeah. I went down the Matrix and jumped into groups.
Equality. That's just another one to add to Tim's list now.
Yeah, that's right.
Tim's list of mistakes, you know what I mean?
I can't believe he did that, Lou. I come in here twice. I pressed the first one. I thought, I've made a mistake. So I backed out, went and looked again, pressed the link that he put out, and ended up back here again. So he's lost a viewer. Oh, he's a nightmare. He gets really nervous. He does.
See that comment on the screen there from Louise? Is that supposed to say Garth is cesspit aftercare team? Is that right?
Oh, really?
Is it?
I don't know. Is that right? I know G is Garth. He's just
G is Garth. Just the letter G.
Yeah, he's just been in the chat there. I don't know if someone's timed him out. Like, he's not my favourite person in the world, Garth. He knows that. But it's up to the chat it's up to them.
Yeah, I know.
I don't like blocking people. I don't like blocking people, you know what I mean? But
I didn't like the way, and I will say it to Garth, I'll say it to his face, I didn't like the way you come on Cesspit the other night, just the questions.
Effing and blinded.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, he's offering people out. It's like, sit down, you just had a heart attack. And no, chill out, Garth, bro.
To be fair, Garth got a lot of shit, really, didn't he?
Well, he did, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
he did. But I can't. He knows this because I say it all the time. I cannot get past the fact that he's a fireman. It's been done for drink driving like once. I can't get over that.
Yeah.
For me, the last person to expect to get done for drink driving is like a fireman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in his defence, it could have been anything that led to that. You don't know. Anything could have happened in his life that led to him getting drunk and driving. There might have been an emergency.
Violence it was. He was getting beat up by his bird.
You don't know what it was.
Done it twice, well, he's done it a lot, but he done it another time on a live, didn't you? Remember?
Yeah, done it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's one of them, right? Like, I'll be honest, we do like. I don't just jump. I'm not sheep. I don't just follow the crowd. Like, I'll give anyone a chance. But
people like people do stuff. Yeah, they could have been, certain stuff that happened in his life that led him to make that wrong decision. Yeah, I've made loads of wrong decisions, as you know. Yeah, and spent over 20 years in prison. Yeah, so and that was through stupid decisions that I made, which which unfortunately I couldn't turn back the clock. I can just change the future. You know what I mean?
Jeff? You know what, Jeff? Jay, were you surprised there when Jeff said he'd spent more than 20 years in prison? Because that is a long time, isn't it? Not many people spend 20 years in prison.
It's a quarter of your life, isn't it, really?
It sure is, mate. And or maybe a third, depending what age I live to.
And Jeff, like, I'd love to, because one of our favourite channels at the minute is a lad from Newcastle who does prison stories and that. And he's been in prison. He's been in Franklin, and he's got his channel's massive. He's growing massive. Like, he's got over 20,000 subs in like a couple of months.
I've seen the Brummy lad.
This is a Geordie lad. This is a Geordie lad. I'll find out what he's called and I'll tell you. I'll put the link in. Right, brilliant. He puts videos out. He's been on a Channel 5 documentary.
Honestly, mate, the amount of stories that I could bloody tell through. I mean, I was just talking to my sister. Was talking about my nephew. This was the other day, yeah. And I mean, like the way it works in prison. Obviously, guys from your town, you stick up for the guys from your area. You know what I mean? And I remember when I was in one jail, my nephew met me at church, because the only way you get to, he was on a different wing, my nephew, yeah, and he was on this church, and some guys had started on him, some guys from London, and they'd started on him, and sort of bullied him, yeah. So he seen me at church, said, look, some guys have picked on me and my mate, yeah. And they chucked them off the wing, because they were trying to start trouble with us and fighting with us, yeah. And they chucked them off the wing and put them on your wing. He said, can you have a word with him when you get back? I went, yeah. So I went back to the wing and found out who they were, yeah. So I stood right near the guy's door, knowing that he had to pass there to go to his pad, yeah. And as he passed, I just went, oh, you pick on someone your own size, and I twatted him, yeah. And as I was hitting him, yeah, so I'm banging him on the landing. This was on the twos, yeah. So I'm hitting him, and next thing, he's leaning over as I'm hitting him. He's shouting, "Gov, help, Gov!" And then his mates come running round. He's running into a pad opposite. Yeah, he's got a shib. Well, you know what a shib is, don't you? Yeah, like a little makeshift knife. Yeah, he's got this makeshift knife. Ran past a load of people and gone bang and stabbed me in the back of my head with this shib. Yeah. Now I didn't realise I'd been stabbed, but I heard one of the guys said. I heard one of the guys go, fucking hell, he's just stabbed him, yeah? So that was it then. So my adrenaline was going, so I was fuming. So I went after him then, and he's running off around the ring, yeah? And he threw the knife into the bin, yeah? And ran to the screws and said, protect me, yeah? So I couldn't get him, yeah? And then we all got sort of pushed into a bloody pad, yeah? And next thing, he got carted off the wing. The guy who had the shib and the other guy who I hit, yeah, them two then got carted off the wing and they put them down the block, yeah. They left me in the pad. The nurse come over, said, "Oh, you've been stabbed." I went, got on the back of your neck, and do you want any stitches? I went, no. Do you want to go to the hospital? I went, no, fucking, I'll be all right. It's only a little fucking trickle, yeah. So she just put like one of the butterfly stitches in, yeah. And then what we found out, this guy, right, had got the shib off this other guy from London, yeah. So they ran into this guy from London. So next thing, all my mates on the wing bounced into that guy's pad when they got unlocked at dinner time, yeah. After dinner, bounced into his pad and knocked this geezer out unconscious, yeah. And then the next thing, the whole bloody wing was locked down. Then we were all locked down for like 24 hours, yeah, because of this, yeah. Right, and then when I went down, I had to go down the block because it was on camera that I'd started on this guy, yeah. And then the guy started throwing in the race card then, yeah. So yeah. So, but that's what
I hate that when you do that.
What?
Mate, I can imagine 20 years, like the stories, and we're like, if you're up for it, Jeff, when you get sorted out, mate, we'll do a night, you know, and you can come on and there's a few people who have been in prison. There's a few people I know on here who have been in prison, and they don't really talk about it.
Get a load of us together telling some bloody stories, mate. I mean, I can tell some fun stories. I mean, one guy, who fought. He had a fight with this this geezer like that. This geezer, I tell you now, this geezer who he's fought, he's had 2 fights with this geezer. The first fight was a draw, and then he had another fight with this geezer. He's on, and this geezer was on YouTube. One was on about him saying, "Oh yeah, everyone's going about this guy's acro or something, some guy's acro, and this guy's like a BKB. He was a champion. He was the governor. What they call him? I think he got the governor title, And my mate fought him twice, and like I said, the first fight he drew with him, and. I remember him because he was in jail. He was in jail with me and my mate. He was in jail with me, and we were both in Old Course. This was when we were in Old Course, and he had this Ironman competition on, And I was pretty good at like the fitness stuff where you could like do like pretty nimble things like jumping over a bench. And because I was pretty quick, I knew for a fact I'd beat anyone at that. How many times you could jump over the bench in a minute, And he knew that he couldn't beat me at that, but he needed to get them extra points to win this other guy, so he could win the Ironman comp. So he went, "Can you let me win this one?" Okay, and he won the Ironman comp. He only won the Ironman comp because I let him fucking win that fucking jump over.
We'll definitely get a few people on. And I'll premiere that one. Everyone loves a good prison story, you know what I mean?
Oh no, but he was honestly, he was a top. He was a fight. If you look him up, his name was called my mate. Can you say names on here or not? Are you not allowed to or not?
If you want.
It's not like I'm calling him mate because he's a good bloody boxer, mate. He's a good fighter. I mean, like he BKB, but Dave Price is
getting. Like you're getting his shit, right?
What, buddy?
All right. I'll have a look.
But no.
As long as you don't think you're going to get him in shit and you in shit, you could.
No, fucking hell. He'll never get in shit, mate. He's a fucking good lad. He's one of the best fucking lads that, honestly.
No, I know that. No, I'm just saying that's.
But like you said, he fought this guy, and the guy that he fought, mate, he's a tough fighter, right? But I think I'm pretty sure Joanne was saying some guy beat him not long ago, some guy called Danny.
Oh, you're on about you're not on about Dean Lynch Ward, are you?
No.
Are you on about Danny Christie, the other one, the lad who beat
this guy called Danny beat this other geezer who's fought my mate twice.
Not Decker Heggie, you know about him?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Really? Wow. This is Jay. So we're in a privileged position here, Jay, right? Because we're veterans of YouTube. We are veterans of YouTube, right? But Jeff is brand new to YouTube, Jay. So he doesn't know anything about anyone, you know.
No,
so
I don't know.
Dean Lynch Ward is one of my friends. I'm actually friends with Dean Lynch Ward.
I don't know the finger, but my mates fought Decker twice. Guy called Dave Price. He's fucking.
Oh, I know Dave Price. Dave Price from Wales, isn't he? Is he Welsh?
No, it's not that one. Dave Price. He fights under the name of Dave Price, but that's not his real name. If you look at his fights with Decker Aggie, he had 2 fights. He had one up in Carlisle around some hay bales. See it.
I've seen it. Yeah.
And then he fought him up. I think the Haydock it was. His second fight. I mean,
wow, that's unbelievable. Because
I mean, they were good fights. They were good fights.
You obviously don't realise like how big of a name Decker Heggie is on this YouTube. I mean, you'll have to ask Joe.
I mean, I tell you what, I know how good he is at fighting, mate, and he's a top fighter.
Basically.
I mean, he's a fucking honestly.
He's unbeaten.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
Bare knuckle.
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
I've seen Dean Lynch Ward ain't fighting no more.
I mean, and my mate who fought him, yeah, like I said, he won the Ironman comp in jail, yeah, right. I was telling you the story about that. I mean, and he's one-handy guy. I mean, he's handy, but like you said, it's Decker Agger. I mean, their first fight was a draw. The first fight they had, he drew with Decker Agger, yeah. So there's not many people drawn with him in bed.
Yeah, I've seen it, Jeff. I can't believe that, mate. I mean, you're full of surprises, but honestly, you're the gift that keeps on giving, mate.
Well, Dave used to live at my bloody flat. Dave used to live at my flat in Lynn. He used to live in because he's from Warrington, as you know, and he used to live at my flat in Lynn, Dave. But he was a good rugby player as well. To be honest, he was well, he used to be play for England as an amateur. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how good he was. He was a good rugby player. But I think jail, obviously, when he went down the jail route, that fucked him up, doesn't it?
So how did he come to fight? How did he come to fight Decker? How did that come about?
Just he met people in Warrington, and then that was it. And lads were doing the BK thing.
Did he get paid for it?
Yeah, he did get paid. Yeah, they did get so. Obviously, get the price for the tickets, don't they? Because the tickets are getting sold and all that lot. But there's quite a lot of people turned out to watch that the fight.
So how much do you reckon, like, just as a ballpark fee, how much do you reckon like Decker was getting for that fight? Did you know what you make of?
I don't know. I didn't ask them. I asked about the fucking money.
What do you reckon though, Jeff, for a bare knuckle fight? How much should you be getting paid to fight somebody bare knuckle in the head?
Well, for me, mate, I probably wouldn't do it for no less than a grand, mate. You'd want a grand minimum, a grand, $2,000.
What do you reckon, Jay?
No, I don't know. A few grand. Yeah.
Yeah, a few grand. If you're gonna get decked by Decker,
I'll tell you what. I'll try and get hold of. I'll try and get hold of him tomorrow. Yeah, and I'll ask him how much he got paid. And I'll feed back on your channel.
Interest, you know, just because just a matter of interest, because we've had like it's weird, Jeff, because I'm going to mention this 3D Fight Club and you probably don't even know what it is, but everyone in the chat is probably sick of hearing about it. But there was a big thing about somebody started a fight now.
And what is it? What is it like? I know this like because what is it? Is it like Is it like fighting over the internet or something, or is it like what is it?
It was advertised on the internet. It was all promoted on the internet, and it was Jay. If I'm not wrong, Jay, it was Dean, Dougie, and Decker originally, wasn't it? That was the 3D, wasn't it?
That's who it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's triple D. Yeah.
Is this Dean? Yeah, this Dean. What's his name? Dean what?
What's that?
What's that guy's name?
Dougie Joyce. You know Dougie Joyce. He was behind.
Are they the gypsy guys from Manchester way?
Yeah.
I've heard of the wards from up that way.
Yeah.
I mean, they're quite a well-known family, obviously.
They've created a brand, right? 3D Fight Club, and it's based. Yeah. It's bare knuckle boxing, and they put this event on, and it was a great event. But the fight sort of let them down. They let a few YouTubers who had beef. They let them fight on the card.
When was this?
When was it? Last year?
3 years ago.
The first one was only last year, Jay. The first one was only last year.
Because was the fight not long ago? Was the fight not long ago at Bowlers? What was going on there? Fighting at Bowlers?
Yeah, that's where the event's been held. I think is it 3 now, Jay, or just 2?
Yeah, we're on the 4th one soon. Mental.
Yeah, because I know one of my mates, yeah. But was you there at Bowlers? Was you at Bowlers for the last fight?
It got streamed live though, Jeff. It got streamed live on YouTube.
Well, what's it? Because if it's the one, yeah, it's got to be the one, right? Because like one of my mates from one of my good mates, and I was pad mate with this guy, quite a few number of years ago, yeah. He was doing reffing at Bowlers the other week, yeah. So I presume it must have been, it must have been. And this guy's from Wales. If you were there, you'll know who I mean. A ref from Wales who's an ex-pro who'd had 19 pro fights and won 17, yeah. And he was. I think he started doing.
Was the last one, wasn't it? Was it December the 9th? Something like that.
Well, I think that's when he was doing it. Yeah. So my mate would have been.
If you see the first one, to now, oh my God, they're on a level. They are taking off. It's unreal.
Well, to be honest, mate, I mean, I don't know. I just met a couple of the wards a few. Fucking hell, I'm talking about 25 years ago. Last time I met a few of the wards, and them lads, them were handy guys. You know what I mean? They're from a gypsy family, and they were all just born and bred fighters, mate. That's what they do.
You know what it is, Jeff? This is how a lot of people got into YouTube by watching gypsy fights, with the fair play, man. I know that's how I got
the thing is, that's the thing. They'll have a scuffle and they'll have a handshake afterwards, mate. You know what I mean? And they'll shake hands after battling. You know what I mean? And you can't get any fairer than that, can you? What, bud?
Look at Zeus put you in rat bag.
The what, sorry?
Bridesmaid.
I'm too fucking old. I'm too old for fighting now. Hey, I'll tell you what, right, get on this one. Right. Hey, I'll tell you what, though. I had a challenge the other week, with my nephew, My nephew come round mine for a drink. This is when I was still in Durham, And he's come up to me. He said, like, because he still lives in Bolburn, And he went, I went, like, come round for a drink. I went, right, one hand press ups, Let's see how many one hand press ups you can do, Right. So I thought, fucking, like, you don't see people doing, like, usually do about 5, mate, at the most, Right. He did fucking. I said, whatever you get, I'll fucking double, Right. He got a fucking 25, mate, one hand press ups, He's only. I think he's 28 now, Ryan. So he got 25 fucking. So I had to do 50 one-hand press-ups, And I did it in one go, 50 one-hand press-ups. But my record's 110 one-hand press-ups in one go. So I did 50 one-hand press-ups, And I went, who's fucking taught you to fucking do press-ups like that? He went, fucking you taught me, didn't you, you dickhead? Do you not remember? I went, fucking, I must getting Alzheimer's. I said, fucking, I don't remember, mate. So, fuck you now. I said, no wonder.
I don't think I could do one. Jay,
I was fucking,
Jay, what's your record, Jay, for one-arm press-ups? Come on, Jay, you must be able to bang 100 out.
150, bro.
150,
okay.
Jeff,
I'm not going to go all that.
I look like Schwarzenegger's twin. I'm built like rock.
I won't be banging 150 out. Fucking. I mean, Fingy will probably do that. What's his fucking name? Fucking hell, what's his name? They kept him in fucking jail for years. The fucking one of the longest living prison.
Charlie Bronson.
Yeah, he'd probably knock out them. He'd probably do it. He'd probably do one hand press ups on one finger.
Well, do you know what, Jeff? There's a guy on here. There's a guy on YouTube in this community called Steve Wraith, right? And he is based in Newcastle. A lot of his content is about Newcastle, but he does crime as well. Like, and he has actually been. He has actually got interviews from prison with Charlie Bronson. And he puts them out every other week. Yeah, he talks to him in prison now.
You want to check them out, Jeff? They're amazing. Steve Wraith, he's done loads.
Is he still in jail, Charlie Bronson?
Hey?
They reckon. I don't know if he's had his last parole hearing, but they reckon if he was good, this is like the most chance he's got of getting out. If he doesn't get out this time, and there's a big Steve Wraith back in like he's trying to drum up, you know, a bit of like a petition to get him out and that. But he's been doing interviews with him from prison, and they're really good.
I hope he does.
Well,
you
know what? You know what I told you about the system, mate. I mean, like I said, I mean, I was talking on Daryl's channel about a guy I met. That guy I met when I was in jail. He was a lifer, and he hadn't even done the murder, and he spent 25 years in jail for something he didn't do, and then eventually got out. I mean, he was from Scotland as well, the guy, and what a fucking lovely guy he was, mate. And fucking, you know what? Even after parole board said to him, like, "Oh, just admit that you done it, and we'll let you out." He went, "No, I'm not admitting to something I've not fucking done." And he ended up getting out. But he would have got a few million.
We had this conversation the other night. Was it you I was talking to, Jeff? You were telling us about him, weren't you? That he'd done another 16 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's what you call like fucking hardcore, mate. He's like, because I remember him saying to me, "Look, Jeff, I've spent my 21st in jail and I spent my 40th in jail." Yeah, you know what I mean. So you know,
he's guilty and got after to whatever, like, but he didn't.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he pleaded. He pleaded. He was actually struck the police for fucking corrupted police. Yeah, and they actually got done eventually. The police got done for police corruption, but they actually beat him up to a confession. You know what I mean? And made him confess, and then obviously, he's withdrawn. It's too late to withdraw his confession after he'd been fucking convicted. You know what I mean? But
slime. But, hey, big up, Banter. How you doing, brother? That's wrong, man. Oh, Jesus.
Well, it's got to be one of the worst things that can ever happen, isn't it? It's got to be. I don't think it happens as much. I don't think it happens. I watch a lot of crime dramas, forensic stuff.
Yeah.
And the way they catch people now from a speck of blood that can pull somebody up 20 years later for a murder, and they'll get convicted. So you're never safe, you know what I mean? You're never safe. And if you've, there was one I watched the other night from a murder, and the bloke must have thought he got away with it. It was 20 years later, knocked on his door and arrested him, and he got convicted, you know what I mean? And he had a family and kids and all that, but that was from a speck of blood from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not going to happen. Like, people get wrongly convicted for stuff now, especially murders and stuff. I don't think it's going to happen anymore now. But it does, or it did.
Yeah,
it has happened.
Just imagine how many people, has actually been hung, back in the day for something they're not done and wrongly convicted. I mean, I bet fucking people were actually killed. Well, I think people have since found out, that they hadn't done it, and they got the death penalty. I mean, what's your views on that? Do you think the death penalty is a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I mean, let's face it, it's still doing it in America.
I know.
I mean, they're still chopping people's hands off, aren't they, in the Far East and that, in Dubai, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Screw that.
But I mean, in America now, I mean, there's 50 odd states in America. I don't know how many still have the death penalty, but you would be crazy to carry out a murder in one of them states, wouldn't you? Really, you'd go into another state, wouldn't you, where you're not going to get the death penalty.
Yeah, not going to get so much.
You'd cross the border, wouldn't you, and think, "Oh, I'll do it over here,"
Fucking too right, straight gone, wheels burning.
But as for it in England, Jeff, me personally wouldn't like to see anyone getting hung or whatever. I couldn't witness it, and I don't know.
I mean, I remember one guy. I mean, one guy I was in jail with, and he was an old guy, very old. He had a grey beard, long hair, grey beard, quite a long beard, and he said to me, he was telling me that he actually got the death penalty, but then he got commuted. This was over in Thailand that he got the death penalty, this geezer, and then he got commuted. He got commuted over, where it got to life, and then he got shipped over to this country, but he got natural life or something instead, yeah, right. Rather than, and he was actually he said, look, he said, I risk being killed for this. He said, but he showed me these photos, yeah. He said, and what they were doing over there, yeah, with the body, with the people in the jail. He said that the governor got everyone into this yard, because it was like a yard in Bangkok, yeah, in this jail that he was in, yeah. Got everyone round this bloody yard, and he got all the people. He picked some people who was on a death penalty, lined them all up, and they shot them there and then, yeah, in front of all the other prisoners, yeah. And then the bodies, yeah, what they did with the bodies then, and he said, oh, this is where he risked his life getting these photos, yeah. There was photos, yeah. They were taking body parts, from the dead, yeah, people, and selling all the body parts of the dead prisoners. I mean, fucking. And he had pictures of them. He had pictures of them all cut open, in the morgue or wherever they had these dead bodies, yeah, of all the people that they shot, and they were selling the body parts.
You know what? Can anybody else confirm this, that I haven't dreamt this right? But there is a place, and I think it's there is a place in England where they put dead bodies, yeah, in scenarios like in a wood or to see how they decompose, and it all helps with forensics, and post-mortems, so they know how long people have been dead for. But there's a place in England that's obviously, it's in a wood or something, and it's obviously must be secure, where there's dead bodies in different scenarios, to see how they decompose.
Yeah.
Has anyone else heard of that, or is that just me?
I ain't heard of that. No.
No, seriously, if you think about it, that's how they work out. That's how the people who do the postmortems and stuff. That's how they could tell how long people have been dead by
that.
By that.
They probably ask people to donate the bodies, don't they? Or they might be like, they might have like a what they call a Jane Doe or whatever, where they get a body and they don't know, nobody can claim it, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, they must get some sort of permission to use them bodies, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Whether it makes sense, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah, fucking.
Yeah. But it sounds gruesome, but like I say, I watch a lot of forensic stuff and murder things. It sounds gruesome, but when there's a dead body left somewhere, it's flies start, don't they? You get flies and stuff, don't you? When they decompose, how the hell does that happen? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And at what stage does it happen?
Yeah. Well, that's how the what they call coroners and that, they can determine how long a body has been dead for, which is like crucial in like a murder case or something. You know what I mean?
I didn't know now that obviously, as you're aware, that my mum passed away. Yeah. Like this week. Yeah. And anyway, we're having to wait now to Thursday to my mum's now got to see a coroner. I mean, it's just a legal technicality. She died. Obviously, she had cancer. Yeah. And she had Alzheimer's, and she died at home. Yeah. So the doctor come out, who's been my mum's doctor for 50 years, yeah? And she said, look, I'll issue the death certificate. But because she hadn't seen my mum within 28 days, it's got to go to the coroner now, right? So anybody, if you've not seen a doctor if you've not seen a doctor within 28 days, it goes to the coroner. So now we got to wait now to Thursday, so we can't even go and see her. We got to wait to Thursday, before we can go and see my mum until she's seen this coroner, yeah. So the doctor's got to have that conversation with the coroner to say, yeah, she's died of cancer, yeah, and then that's it, yeah. But she's not back in surgery. It's got to be done when she's in surgery, and she's not back in surgery until then. Which is bloody ridiculous. No. I mean, I didn't know that, but that's some sort of so that's a bit of a technicality now. So if anybody dies and they're not seeing the doctor within 28 days, it goes to the coroner. Oh, that's all.
It is morbid in that, like, and But it's if everyone's all right talking about it, like it's a subject like that, because I watch all them programs, but that coroner thing, that when there's a suspicious death that it goes to the coroner, it's like a court case, isn't it? When it comes to the final day, and what they say, it goes, doesn't it? They're like judges, them coroners.
Coroners, yeah. Maybe,
yeah. Too. I used to like watching the things on Channel 4 where the coroner used to talk about the stars, like when Michael Jackson died, he'd done like that was fascinating.
Yeah,
was things they can tell from a dead body. Wow. Right, I'm gonna go and jump off, lads, and I'm knackered now.
Yeah, I've got to jump off as well, buddy. I've just got my niece has just turned up. Yeah. Right.
Nice one,
so,
Jeff. Nice one, Jeff.
No, I just thought I'd jump on, buddy.
The community.
Yeah, nice meeting you as well, buddy. No doubt we'll meet again. Okay, same with you. Same with you guys. Listen, have a good one, mate.
Right. Mate. I'm always on.
See you later. Good night. God bless. Night. God bless.
Yo, that was a bit mad, wasn't it? A bit of a mad hour. I'll tell you what's the weirdest thing about that, and it's not going to happen, right? This is not going to happen very often when you get somebody like Jeff, right? Whose partner is Joe Graham, who has been on YouTube for a while. I think a lot of us know Joanne. Well, that's her partner, but he's basically he's so new to YouTube. He's only been on Daryl's, and I only met him. I heard of him was on Daryl's the other night. I listened, and then just from jumping on the panel, Daryl's and talking to him, he's come on this channel tonight, and he's totally oblivious to anything that's happened on YouTube. Things like that we're probably fucking fed up of and had enough of. Jeff's never heard about them. Like you heard there when he mentioned DH. He didn't know anything about DH on YouTube. So it's just, and no doubt he will be on here again, Jeff, without doubt. But it's just mad talking to somebody who's never heard about. He didn't know anything. Well, he just doesn't know anything. It's crazy. It's crazy, but the downside of it is that this is where Joanne can help us out. Joanne, you'll have to fill. You need to spend, when you go to bed tonight, spend an hour telling Jeff about all the characters on YouTube, and then it'll save me time when he comes on next. You know what I mean? We got Carl Shield, good to see you there, mate. Andy W, how you doing, matey? Well, aye. Nutter's in there as well. Nutter. Is Nutter still in? Because Nutter's, strangely enough, Nutter has been on my mind a few times in the last few days. That might sound like a little bit creepy, right? But I'll explain. Anyone who watches Nutter on the morning, every morning, by the way, live from his shed. I've been in this shed, well, I've seen inside this shed, and let me tell you, it's a beautiful shed. Few too many cobwebs for my liking, but he goes live from his shed and he talks to his followers about anything. He's never short. He's from Borough, so he's never short of like a few words, you know what I mean? But Nutter, I heard you say the other day, and I knew it already, you're not a fan of prescription drugs, right? And I've heard, don't quote me on this, right? But it was the other day, and you said something like you'd rather you don't want to take prescription drugs. Like if you get a headache, you're not going to take anything for it, yeah? Am I right there? I think I am right. Because I thought about you the last few days, right? Because all I've done, mate, is pop pills for the last 3 days because of this thing, thing I've got in my mouth, yeah? If I'm in a bit of pain, right, and I know I can get rid of it easily with 2 little tablets, I'm going to take them, right? I said before, I have got pretty good pain threshold. But if somebody says, here, take these 2 little tablets and that pain will go away, I'm going to do it. But I don't think Nutter thinks like that. And I wanted to say to him, so this is directly to you, Nutter, have you ever suffered from indigestion, mate? Like, I mean, bad indigestion, because I suffered with indigestion, right, for as long as I can remember, and for as long as I can remember till about 2 years ago, on my person at any time, I would have a pack of Rennies, right? Rennies, them little square chalky tablety things, right? I'd never went anywhere without a pack of Rennies, and if I could have all the money back that I've spent on them over the last 20 odd years, I'd just be rich. But anyway, the point being, right, is that I went to doctors for that, for indigestion, and he said, oh, we can't do anything about it. And I was at my mother's one day, a couple of years ago, and she said, I was telling her about, and she said, try one of these. So she was prescribed them, right? She's prescribed them. So I took this little tablet, right? For the next day, I didn't have indigestion once, right? Which was probably the first day for the last 25 years where I've never had indigestion. And that is, I'm not even lying, right? I see that comment, Jim. This is Moon's medical channel here. You know what it's like, mate. You cover everything on here. Yeah, so this tablet, but she gave me a full pack of them. She said, just take one a day, right? And them tablets, Nutter, have changed my life, mate. I'm not even kidding. I do not get heartburn anymore because of taking one tablet a day. So my question to you, Nutter, is, are you saying that you would not take that one tablet a day to stop you being in pain every day? Is that what you're saying, mate? Because there's people on here who believe in like alternative medicine in it. Do you know what I mean? Like where the body just heals itself and that. I'm not going to pretend to be any expert on it, right? But I know I've spoken to people on here who believe like stuff like that. But you've got to take tablets, man. I'm not saying like I know there's like Temazepam and all that, Valium and whatever. Yeah, I know people get addicted to that because you have one of them and you're asleep, aren't you? And sleep is a big problem for a lot of people on here. But that's a bold statement to say that you don't take tablets or you're not going to. And so that's why I know it's been on my mind the last few days. Because even though the tablets that I've been taking, right, purely painkillers and to stop infection, which is ibuprofen, paracetamol. So if this goes away, this has gone away of its own accord. My body's fought it, yeah. And I think it is. I think it's gonna go itself. So all I've had is pain relief, right? I haven't had anything like antibiotics that are killing it. So if this goes on its own, then my body's fought it, hasn't it? So do you know what I mean? Oh, how will I, mate? You know what? If that's sciatica, right? If this is what I had last year for about a couple of months in my leg, couldn't explain it any other way. Got the point where I couldn't even drive, or if I drove, I literally went to get out of the car, and nearly fell over. It's like you can't explain the pain of sciatica if it's in your leg. The best way I can explain it, this is not medical in any way, right? I'm no like doctor or anything. The only way I can explain it is like deep, so deep in your leg, and like a nerve like a nerve sort of pain. Oh, horrible. But I put up with that for a few months. That was going on for a few months, and that just went. Just I've never had it since. Touch wood. Never had it since. Jim's right. There's Jim, right? Anyone, it's bad enough putting up with Jim, right? But anybody who's encouraging him, like this fella here, will be like blocked or timed out. I'm not even lying. You know, I'm only allowing Jim because he's making the numbers up. You know what I mean? No, listen. It's not very often I say listen, and I always have to go people who say listen before they say stuff. But listen, if you think I am bad, Jim, you haven't met Louise. Louise has had everything possible. She's worse than my mother. My mother, my mother's bucket list is ailments. She's ticking ailments off that she's had. She's like, oh, I haven't had that. I must get that. Gallstones, kidney stones. My mother has had absolutely everything going, and she's still here, bless her. She even got through a brain tumor. She had a brain tumor when she was 30-year-old, my mother. Like, and I still think to this day now, you can't comprehend that till if you say that to a 20-year-old, you can't comprehend it like a 50-year-old can looking back to think that your mother, when she was 30, but everyone else remember what they were doing when 30, you know, having fun, aren't you? Like, well, my mother, like, was having a life or death operation, and she come out of it, and she's nearly 70 now, and she does have side effects still from that, but she got over it. It was like a pioneering operation at the time as well. But yeah, but ailments, yeah, Louise is bad. Like, I didn't say that word. You said that word, not me. I purposely didn't say that word. I don't think you are, but she has her bucket list of ailments only about that big. Like my mother's is like this big. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. You know what it is. Jim keeps mentioning this golf thing. He really just spit it out, Jim, and say, "Moon, will you please do another go golf balling again and take Louise this time and the dog, and you know it'll be so much better the next time." That's all you have to say, Jim. Well, it won't hurt your pride or anything. You know what I mean? Jump on anyway, Jim, if you've got so much to say, mate, or are you scared? Obviously, you're obviously scared. You know, sat there with your cheap whiskey and your moccasins on, and your what is it, tartan? It'll be a tartan dressing gown with loads of wool round the fleece round the neck, and probably a hood on it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here comes the excuses now. Look, he's in bed. Yeah, mate, go for it. I'd like that because nobody's actually done a review of any of my videos, mate. But you know, I can have a laugh, mate. I can have a laugh. I mean, look at the state of me now. God, look like. Can anyone remember that term? Did anybody's mothers or dad used to say you look like death warmed up? I look like death warmed up. Absolutely. Need a shave. Here he is. He's coming to explain. Come on.
I'm the old fart.
I know. I am. I'm older than you, and that is hard to believe that, isn't it?
You've always been older than me, Mum.
You've got me wearing black caps, you twat.
That's because
you put 10 years on me this year. This is your fault.
Don't blame me. Yeah, man. No, I just I'm not going to take no more painkillers. And you with indigestion, taking loads of painkillers gives you indigestion. If the doctor prescribes you loads of tablets, just prescribe you another tablet to stop your belly hurting.
Yeah, and that's the one I'm taking, mate. Lanzaprazole. I know what it's for. Yeah, it lines your stomach apparently.
Well, just stop taking painkillers.
And what? But I never took. My indigestion wasn't caused by taking painkillers. I've had it all my life, like for some reason. So I'm saying to you, one tablet a day for me stopped me suffering with something that I've suffered with all my life. Surely you can't deny that.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surely you can't deny that, brother. You'd be daft, wouldn't you, to refuse that?
I've got a messed up back, like you say, you know, I had that tumour and all that fucking moved, and I still didn't take no painkillers. When your body hurts, then you just sit down in it and have a rest. I know it's easy for me.
That's your advice. That's your advice. Sit down and have a rest.
Yeah. Because, like I say, if your back's knacking you and you have some painkillers, you're not really killing the pain. You're still in pain. You just can't feel it. You're masking it. So you're doing like damage to yourself. You might as well sit down, have a rest when it stops there and carry on. Flat capper.
Right. So are you saying the pain is in the head? A lot of pain is it's in your head.
No, it's not in your head. It's in your body. Like say your back's in pain or your leg's in pain. So sit down till it stops hurting. If you just mask it with a painkiller and then carry on working, carry on grafting, carrying stuff, you're just going to make it more painful in the end anyway. Since I stopped my painkillers, my back still hurts. It still kills me. Right. I just don't have to take a painkiller.
It's a bit mad that, you know, mate. I mean, respect to you for going through the pain threshold. So you've obviously got like a high pain threshold, or it just you can live with it. You can deal with it.
Obviously, you've
got we're both from Borough, but I'm from the posh part, Anna, so I can't put up with as much pain as you.
You had soft pillars, I had bricks. You know what I mean?
That's it, mate. That's it, mate. But I am interested, and that's why you've been you're coming to my mind the last few days, because I remember you saying on one of your lives, it was only last week anyway, saying, "Oh no, I'm not taking no painkillers."
Yeah, it's not that I'm against painkillers. I just don't think they're for me. Plus, with my past and all that, I don't really want to wake up one day and have a rattle and think, "Oh my God, I've got to take a painkiller, otherwise I'm not going to feel too well." Yeah. Which does happen with plenty of painkillers. You keep taking a painkiller every day. If it's got codeine or something in it, it'll come to the day where you can't go without it.
Right. So my next question, Nutter, is: what if the wife and the kids were in pain? Are you not? Do you advise them not to take tablets, or you wouldn't?
No. Like say, I will ask her if she's ever in pain. She takes pain tablets. My oldest sometimes with the monthlies, so I get her pain tablets and stuff. I don't tell anybody else to do it. I think it's a bit daft because I am in pain a lot of times, but I'd rather be in pain half an hour, have a kit maybe, than get addicted to having painkillers again.
Yeah, it's a bit mad that, no, you know. There's not many people like that who well, he isn't. I know he's from Middlesbrough, so that explains a bit of it. But the rest is just think you're absolutely nuts.
Bit of pain makes you know you're alive, doesn't it?
This is why you call him Nutter, because you are a nutter. Where did that name come from, Nutter? Have I asked you that before?
Yeah, man. The origin of the name was when I went to secondary school and the end of primary school, I got tortured. Bullied to bits, called Nutter, N-U-T-T-A, can't read, can't write, he's tiny, you know what I mean? All that crap. Halfway through first year, me and my mate come up with a plan, and I said, listen, I'll show them, Nutter. We'll go in after this little holiday, I think it might be Easter or maybe Christmas or something. I'm gonna spell Nutter wrong, change it to N-U-T-T-A, and just start trying to fill people in. And that's what happened. Yeah.
This friend wasn't Torbs, was it? wasn't Tobbs, was it?
No,
Was it
Tom
Tom?
said we can. No, not about with him, but we were friends at school.
Yeah.
He remembers the holidays we went off and then we come back and I'd changed from meat to nutter.
And you never look back. You never look back.
No. See, once you pass that point, I think where you're not bothered about people picking on you no more, and even if they beat you up, it doesn't hurt. Just give them it again the next day. Doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah. Well, to a lot of people, no, that's a simple way of doing it, isn't it? But it's not like that on here, is it? Fucking hell.
On here, what I do is I don't bother with it. If someone gets in drama, call me names. Just carry on. I'm not really bothered. And you're not going to meet many of the people who call you names on here. Anybody who calls you out for a fight on here, you're not going to end up fighting. So just ignore them.
You know what it is, Nutter? You're the epitome of this channel, right, Nutter? And I like that word epitome, right? Because you've got I met you through Louise found your channel, right? And obviously you're from Middlesbrough, so you're onto a winner anyway with me, right? But I remember when she said, go and watch this fella, Nutter. He's from Middlesbrough. And that's how it happened. That's how I got onto your side of this little community. And you've got to admit that you met a lot of people whose channels we go on, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I didn't have a clue until you come on as I started talking to you. I didn't have a clue about all these drama channels, fighting channels and all that.
Yeah.
I hadn't been watching none of that. I'd been watching mainly the auditing side and just doing my life.
Yeah. It's because it's like, you know what, Nutter, like you can, in the way it is at the minute, this YouTube, the bit we're in, right? Not so much yourself, but the bit we're in, and a lot of people in the chat now will tell you, right, that you can get ridiculed at the minute for just popping up in somebody's chat, mate, or commenting in somebody's chat can put you in the bracket.
I go in anyone I want and I say hello everywhere, me, because I'm not involved in anybody's drama. I don't really care about anyone's drama. I've got a real life.
Yeah.
See, if they start shouting, people will notice if I am in a chat and somebody on the panel to start arguing and all that, you won't see me comment again because I just leave.
Yeah. So how's it been going in the shed? I noticed that space hopper in the back is turned up. Do you ever go on that, do you, around the garden?
That's my security, that's my bouncer. He looks after things when I'm not there.
I bet you've had a few goes of that. I bet that's how you start your day off, on that bouncer around the garden, innit?
A couple of laps of the kitchen, know what I mean? Cup of tea.
So that you have got like a routine, haven't you, Nutter, on the morning? It's mad. It's like clockwork, mate. You like clockwork? You set your clock to you on the morning, like, through the week.
Oh, 100%. I'm itching. When it gets to 20 to 6, I'm itching a quarter past thinking, should I go now? Should I go now? Fuck that way to go now.
Yeah.
But
so you're still enjoying it then, yeah? So 99% of the time you're enjoying it, aren't you?
Like I say, 99% of the time my chat just gets on. We all say hello to each other. Good morning, have a coffee, smoke and a bit of a chat. Not quite 1% of the time. Somebody comes in and, like I said, sometimes you can't help it. They've been on someone's panels all night and that, and the first time to see each other was in my chat. But as long as they just ignore each other, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you noticed many new people popping in like Nutter, or
loads of new people?
Well, yeah.
I've got about 800.
Do they tell you where they've come from? Because you're like me, you always like to know a little bit about everyone, don't you?
I think I got some off Daryl's.
Yeah.
But also off Netflix, my mate from Hong Kong.
Oh, yeah. Going all international on us.
I see. Well, I've known Netflix for a while now, but I see a few other friends commenting now.
Yeah.
Or on the videos.
Yeah. I think the furthest, and this is going to take some beating, is I have a woman who lives in New Zealand who comes on that.
Yeah, New Zealand man swims so fast from New Zealand and like say Australia, cracking that. Yeah.
It's all about going international, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, the other day, I had 4 different time zones in my chat, mate. Can you beat that?
Half the time, I don't even know what time it is in this country. So my chat tells me when to get the kids up. At 7 o'clock, get the kids up.
No, I know your kids are well behaved, man. You have taught them the way, haven't you? They're up and ready for school, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I think it's not so much taught them, it's routine, innit? When your kids are little, routine of going to bed.
Yeah.
Routine of getting
Absolutely,
them up. Same as like same as us, isn't it?
Have they always had like a bedtime and that, like, or where do they have like, do they watch telly in bed and stuff?
Oh yeah, they've got all the mod cons upstairs and all that, you know what I mean? So nowadays kids don't come into school and want to be sat with you, do they? They want to be on their stuff or out with their mates. So
yeah,
but they all have a bedtime and what have you.
You have to, don't they? I mean, it's getting later now. Like we've got like she'll be 12 in August, and she's just turned into a proper young lady now. You know what I mean? Where it's fascinating, like just watching them and seeing what they're doing and how
it's not fascinating. Terrifying watching them grow up. Terrifying. Like, same,
I'll be honest. Louise has really chilled out. Like where the daughter's concerned, she really chilled out now. She used to be really protective, but she's letting the reins go a little bit. But yeah, it's I always whenever I had a problem with my son or whatever, I would always look back at what I was doing when I was that age, and I was always doing a lot worse than what he was doing. So he always got away with it. You know what I mean?
I can't really do that because I was probably doing a lot worse than even you.
Thinking that, like, that means your kids can get away with anything, doesn't it?
Exactly. Coming and tells from the bag, oh, sorry, I done worse as a kid. You know what I mean?
Just coming in when they wanted that.
My daughter, she's 16 soon, and I'm buying bags of lime and a new shovel and all that in case she gets a boyfriend.
Have you not had to go through that yet? No, meeting the boyfriend thing.
No, I don't think she ever have done. No, she hasn't dared bring him home.
Have you played it out in your head, or would you just like?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be in the kitchen, oiling me chainsaw and what have you. Slip a few jail stories in while we're having tea.
You know what else you'll have to do though, don't you? You'll have to stand on a bloody crate, a milk crate or something as well, fella.
Oh no, I'll just look him in. I'll look him in the kneecaps with a dead stare.
You don't want to be looking up at a big 6-foot lad, like 18-year-old, like yeah. So what?
Exactly.
Jabbing in the knee.
Oh,
yeah, that day is going to come though, mate. That day will come. You know that.
Well, she's got a brother that's not too much younger than her, so hopefully he can sort it. They have a word with that pipe and tell him not to come back.
I've always, you know what? A few of my mates when I grew up in school had brothers and sisters, you know, in the years above them.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that was a good thing or a bad thing to have a bigger brother or a bigger sister at school.
I was the older one out of two. I had a younger brother.
And did you? And how did that work out? Were you looking after him and that, or?
Yeah, by the time he come up, I was like on my feet and all that. No, I mean, knew most of the people in schools and stuff like that. And yeah, it was just like a tag team partner coming in.
Because he also had one of my best friends, right? He had a brother who was 2 or 3 years older than him. And they hated each other, mate, all the way through senior school, right? They hated each other to the point where they used to fight, where there'd be blood every time they fought in the house. And like, I could never understand it. I was thinking, how the hell do you fight with your brother like that? But now, obviously, when we left school and we grew up a little bit, they turned into like best mates and now like inseparable, you know what I mean? But at school, they hated each other, mate.
Oh, no, I was 23 months older than our kid. So he was like in the year below me, 2 years below me.
Yeah, it's about like I have got a brother, like, but he's 20 years younger than me. Yeah, I've got a sister who's 40 as well, believe it or not. I was on about it the other day when I turned 50, as you know, like that's 50 now, yeah.
Not 60.
50, yeah. The amount of times I have to put people right on my birthday because of you.
I had them first thing in the morning. They were going, he doesn't even look 60. I'm like, it's either you laying sunbeds, that, you know.
Yeah, so I was on about it, and the funniest thing, or the one thing that my mother wasn't happy about, was telling everyone that she's got a 50-year-old son. Because it is a big thing, isn't it? If you say you've got a 50-year-old son, you've had a good innings, haven't you? You're at least.
If I had a 50-year-old son, Jesus, I'd be about 92.
Yeah, so my mum's dressing all like young and all that, right? Going on holiday and stuff, and then she daren't tell anyone she's got a 50-year-old son because it just gives your age away straight away, doesn't it?
Just have to tell you, you're the younger brother.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I will be doing well if I get to have a 50-year-old son. Jesus, my oldest son's 40.
Yeah, you've got it's how old's your youngest, if you don't mind just asking?
My youngest, I've got a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 12-year-old, and an 11-year-old. Littlest one goes in September to the senior school.
To anyone else, that sounds like hard work, doesn't it? But I know you must have it boxed off in your house because
like say my mates come round, they're like, "Oh, you've just got it sorted," but it is if you just all work together, innit?
But I know, but is that how you were brought up, though?
No, I was brought up with our mum. We just were like normal people from Middlesbrough. Get out, go play in the fucking mud or something, you know, and then get out from under my legs. But no.
So what was your theory behind when you had kids, though? What was your theory behind how you were going to bring them up, though? The opposite of what you had, or?
Yeah, no, I just thought the way to do it, I just thought in my head it would be easier if you could like get them into routines, get them used to stuff, get them so like same as they're not scared of my kids aren't scared of spiders or anything like that because I've made sure from a young age they've seen stuff. I've picked big spiders up and said, "Here, have a look at that." They're not scared of it. No, they'll try any food because from a young age I've said, "You try this. Would I give you anything that would hurt you? It's food. Have a try. Don't like it, don't eat it."
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's more what's the word? I have a lot of respect for you anyway, but like, you know, there's different parts of Middlesbrough, and everyone says I'm in a posh area, but I'm not posh, right? Nobody's posh.
There's
but
no
it's a challenge. It's a challenge when you live in certain areas as well. Like, so you've got to overcome all that as well. Like, you know what I mean, don't you?
Yeah. Keep them busy.
How have you done? It's a miracle that you've done that as well, mate. That's what I take my hat off to you for, because there's a lot of like not nice people about, isn't there? You know what I mean?
Quite easy for your kids to turn into scroats. That's the word you're looking for, isn't it?
Exactly.
Like I think you find out what your kid's interested in and just like point them in that direction. You know what I mean? Or why don't you and your friends, like my oldest daughter, she likes the guitar. Why don't you and your friends play guitar? Or you know,
you
know what I mean? My son goes to his mates and all that, but as far as I know, he stays out of trouble.
Yeah.
And we daren't unleash Grace onto the world.
So out of all of them, there's one who's like a little bit like yourself.
Yeah, there's Grace. She's autistic, ADHD, dyspraxia, all the same things as me. She's like just like a little me, but with pigtails.
Oh, well, that's not a nice thought. That like you with pigtails, eh?
No, like she looks better when she puts her cute eyes on and gives it. Oh, it wasn't me. Where really the teachers are like, it was you. We watched you. Yeah, she's a bit crazy.
Because people say like girls are like daddy's girl, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you can say that, and that is like a term that gets used a lot, daddy's girl. But also, there's dads and sons who have just as close relationship, isn't there? Like
it's a different relationship,
or they're all for the dads, you know, or do everything with our dad.
Like so it's a different relationship, but to be honest, my youngest daughter's like having a boy anyway, and she wants to camp out and climb on the roof and all that type of stuff.
At least when they want to go doing outdoor activities, you just kick them in your garden, don't you?
Exactly. Get up there.
You don't have to go far.
Go through them big holes that have been dug all over.
How's your neighbours going? Have you not fell out with them yet?
Well, so far, Pop-a-Dom hasn't let their dog, so we're still talking. But they've got like a little toy dog.
Have they got a dog? Have they got a dog?
But it's not like a dog. It looks like a guinea pig. And Pop-a-Dom could eat a guinea pig. She sits on top of the fence staring at it.
Oh, and imagine if it's not a barker, is it? It does bark when they let it out the door every morning.
Squeaky, 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 squeaky. But at least it doesn't bother me. But I can see one day me open the back door and there being a toy Yorkie on the back door and Pop-a-Dom thinking, oh, look, I brought you a present like she does with the mice.
You know what, mate? I lived next door, right, for how long was I there? About 12 years. I lived next door to the craziest people, right? They had 4 Labradors, which they never ever took out, right? Once I never seen them taking them out. The patio door used to open every morning at 6 o'clock, and you had 4 Labradors going crazy every morning, mate. It's just like, and I don't even know how I put up with that in the end. You just got used to it.
Yeah, in the end,
I've never seen them take them out once. Never seen them take them out once, honestly. But yeah, as long as you're getting on with them, they're not playing music dead loud. You know what I mean?
It wouldn't bother me if they played music loud anyway. I'd dance to it if it was any good.
So here's a question for you, Gutter. You're only doing Monday to Friday now, aren't you?
Yeah.
So are you still getting up at the same time on Saturday and Sunday? And what are you doing? Like twiddling your thumbs or?
No, I still get up. I was twiddling my thumbs on Saturday because I got up early and I put it on and taking out Rice Back was going somewhere and he finished at 6 and I was thinking, should I, but no, I like having the weekends off. I think it gives you a little bit of time to chill. You don't have to worry about, you know what I mean, putting your lap up and plus weekends are when the crazies are out.
Like especially a Saturday morning, it's always like
my show really is about just getting up, getting the kids up, you know what I mean, getting them to school and getting off.
Yeah, because it's man. How long have you been doing it for now, Nada?
Over a year now.
Yeah, to do every morning for over a year is something special. That it takes some doing that. And the thing is, Nada, right? Don't you ever get stuck for a word? Don't you ever get stuck? Because you don't have no agenda when you come on. You talk about things that have gone on like the day before, don't you? And
well, like I say, I don't have a thing, and I would get stuck for words if no one commented in the chat because I just run man like someone will come in, good morning, so and so, first in, blah blah blah, and then I'll ask them what's been going on. Then they talk, then I talk. But if nobody else talked, I wouldn't have a show. I'd probably just be singing to myself or something.
Yeah. But there does always seem to be shit going on in your life. You've always got something happening up there.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's me, innit? I go to the shop, something crazy happens. I'll tell you the next day. And it only happens to me. I'll go to the shop, nothing happens. The kids go to the shop now. I'll go around the shop.
I remember you telling us a story once where you'd gone into the town or something in the borough and you bumped into somebody who you hadn't seen for ages. You ended up in the bookies and you won 100 quid.
Yeah. 100, I think it was 90, wasn't it? He said, I'm going in here, and I thought I'd just walk in with him, stick a fiver in. I'm like, yes, get in. He looked gutted. He looked like he was living in the bookies.
That's like could only happen to you, that, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Never happens to me, I know that. And I mean, how was your subs going on? Because we have got a little, we have been trying to, I know Slim's been, as he always does, like, Slim's always sharing your channel, mate.
Big Smithers, yourself, Mrs. Moon, and Daryl, you've all been sharing me out. I've got 800 and something, I think, about.
No, I thought it was more than that. I thought you were close to. I thought you were like 950, but that's Flavors, my other mate. There's a few people. But you know what, Nutter? I know you're not interested in monetizing and all that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any difference, mate. If you monetize at 1,000 subs, right, you're not going to make money that's going to change your life. Put it that way, you know what I mean? It doesn't really change anything. It's just a little milestone in it.
Like you say, with me, it's just if it go that far, go that far. But I'll still be in my shed, even if my internet gets cut off. I'll still be in my shed on the morning, having a cuppa and having a fag. So I'll just be talking to myself. Oh, I mean, but I won't be able to talk to all my new friends from YouTube. I've got to remember it's YouTube and not Facebook. I told my chat I've got Snap now, but I meant Snapchat.
Well, let's not forget what you're famous for on YouTube, right? Which everyone knows that you're famous for your bonfires, aren't you?
If bonfires and maybe my eyebrows. And being one of the people that have heard Moon do his guinea pig impression.
Yeah, well, there's saying more about that. It was me that brought the fires up, right? But when's the next fire? When you're going to have a fire? Have you got any wood, or could you need some?
That's what I need. I need some wood to start. I've got wood to have a fire. No, that kitchen tops and stuff like that. But I need chalk or something to start the fire. You know what I mean? Something that'll keep it going.
Yeah, I'm the man for them chocks like that. Get you
the man. Call it.
Like I've hardly been to work. You know. Like I'm back tomorrow night, but I need to get back in the routine because over Christmas and that, I've had loads of time off, holidays, and I've just had another 9 days off there for my birthday. So going back tomorrow night's going to be like the official new start of the year for me. Like when everything's over, you know, all the festivities and everything of my birthday and that. So I will get back in and I'll start getting wood again for you.
Nice one. Well, it's no good as having a fire at the moment. Anyway, it's been windy and it's been wet. It's just been miserable.
Yeah. And what about your evening lives? Are you going to be doing any of them, right? Because you did one last week.
Yeah, I try to get on when I can, but like I say, it's working around the kids. No, I mean, it's usually better if I've got the two little ones and the big ones and maybe sleeping with the mates or something, so they're not going to be in and out all the time. But I try my best. Get on when I can.
And on them ones, is it like, do you try to change it up, like, or do you let like, is the different people in when you do them night ones?
I put a panel up, and if someone comes up, they come up. A lot of the time, no one comes up. I just have a crack. The difference between that in the morning is I'll tell people to fuck off on the night.
That's the big difference in it, because you don't open your panel up on a morning, do you? Or not very often.
No, I don't open it up. Occasionally, I'll get a guest up to once desperate to tell me something, but no, I don't really do. Like you say, I try my best not to swear in front of the kids on the morning. I do swear in front of my kids. I swear in front of my kids all the time, but just not in the morning, so they go off to school with, you know, positive attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyone in the chat seen we do all these in the chat now, but what they've got here is two fellas about the same age who got brought up in Middlesbrough. Yeah? So it's just two lads talking about Borough, isn't it, basically?
Yep. He's my dad. He's my dad, but he won't tell you, people. You can tell by the age, and he's got more wrinkles.
Do them headphones work, or are you just wearing them to look good?
Moon. 2 seconds. It's plugged into my pocket. There's the end. I was on my Xbox.
Or are they earmuffs? Do you want to put a bit more wool around them, mate, in the inside? Turn them into earmuffs?
That's my hat. I've got a hat on underneath. I've got a woolly hat on, and then the headphones on top. Cost of living crisis, man. Don't put the gas on. Cost you 40 quid. It's Sunday.
You know what else I want to know? You know what else I want to know, right? And then I'll pack in with all the questions, right? Is when did you first put a flat cap on?
When did I first start wearing a flat cap? My mate says 12, I think. I wore a baseball cap before. I think it was about 13 when I got my first flat cap. And I just wore one then. Yeah.
What, and you wore it like anyone would wear a cap? Like going out?
Like all my mates had baseball caps on. We're talking about the 80s, you know what I mean? They had baseball caps on, a woolly cap with New York Jets or something written on it. I had a proper checkered old man's hat. And like you say, I'm only used to dead. You say something about me, I thought, get off your effect.
I can imagine. I can't imagine anyway, like when I maybe 13 and going out with my mates with the flat cap on. I'd have got punched.
It's one you never see me in the Madsen or out like that with it on in the Madhouse or the Royal Exchange. I used to go downtown with my waistcoat, shirt, black trousers, and a fucking flat cap on.
You know what, Nutter, right? The more I get to know you, right, we probably have crossed paths, you know, at some point.
So you're 3 years older than me. I knocked about with the lads who I knocked about with were 3 years older than me. My, like, say, other brother, my brother from another mother and all his friends and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I sat outside because I was too little to get in. But I tried to get in every week. But I had to sit outside because Patch and Scratch knew who I was. So they knew how old I was, so they wouldn't let me in.
Well, you know what it was? I'll tell you this, right? So you know where I've been brought up, don't you? Like what people, it's not quite Spam Valley, right? Like Barwick, right? But people think we're that's the posh area, right? Well, it isn't, right? Now, when I was 18, I started going out with all my mates down the town and everything. We'd start off in like the pub down the road, and then we'd all, like about 20 of us, would all go out through the minibus like to the town. And now they all used to nick off, you know, like at 2 o'clock. Well, I just wanted to keep going on me, right? But these are all back home and in bed for 2. Now, I met a lad at work when I was 18 from nearby where you are.
Yeah.
And one night, I met him in the town one night, and it got to like 2 o'clock, and everyone, all my mates were going home, and he went, "Oh, come back, man." And I was like, "Wow, what's happening?" Like, he goes, "Oh, just a few people back." So I went back to his, and all my mates were getting taxis. And I was like, "Oh, I'm off here with my mate." Now that was the start of like me doing like all-nighters and stuff, and seeing a total other side of like partying. The real Saturday night started when the nightclubs finished for me.
Exactly. Night finished off to the sesh.
Yeah, and like I don't know. Did you ever go to the Steam Packet?
Not very. I think I went twice. It wasn't really a place I used to go.
Mate, that is one scary place, mate. Let me tell you, right. I would never have got. None of my mates would ever, from where I live, right, would ever dream of going within a mile of that place, right. But I used to be in there every week, like. My mates with all them lot were in there every week, and I didn't realise what it was at first. Basically, it's anyone in the chat. It's like it's always in the dodgy part of Borough, isn't it? Like up the border, like quiet. It's always in a disused, like it's a disused warehouse or something, isn't it?
No, pub or warehouse or fucking garage.
But basically, the guy who ran it, people might know him. I'm not going to say his name, but this guy ran this place, right? And all he'd do is put a few tables and chairs in there, a bit of music, a few lights, and a little bar, wouldn't it? And you used to, this is how bad it was, you used to be able to buy ease behind the bar. I swear down. And I was like, and this is how naive I was. No, the first time I went, right, we were sat there, and I had like a pint of, or a can of something. It was just a can, you know, like pulled them out for 10-pack cans behind the bar. And some big, massive lad, right, who had known now to be one of the absolute nutters of Middlesbrough, right? You might have heard of him. Have you heard of Mario? Oh, his nutter still there. I'm talking to myself, aren't I? Are you there, Nutter?
Yeah, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah,
did you hear any of that?
Well, and his family.
What, Lee? Lee's called, isn't he?
He's not called Lee, is he?
Well, he lives over near me now, right? But at the time, Nutter, I didn't know it, right? But it was this fella who come over to me in this Steam Packet on the first time I was in there, right? And said, "Have you got a credit card?" I was like, "Fuck me, he wants me credit, he wants me fucking bank card." He went, I said, "I haven't." He goes, "Well, a bank card." I said, "No." He goes, "Well, have you got any card?" I thought, what the fuck, my mate's going, "Oh, he wants to chop a line up." I was like, fuck me, what's going on here? I thought he was trying to rob me, but he probably would have. He probably would have, you know what I mean? Probably would have took my card or anything. But that was Mario, yeah. Who are now known, you know, is like a bit of a nutter in the borough.
Yeah. Oh, he was, wasn't he?
Oh, mate, he's like biting people's noses off and stuff, him. Honestly, but now, like 10, 20 years later, I was in my local over the road from where I am. He walked in. I was like, fucking hell, what's he doing in here? And anyway, it turns out this is his local. He only lives over the back from us now. But he's sound now. He's chilled out now. But yeah, that steam packet, man. That was a place that.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't really frequent it. I didn't go in there. Like, the only times I would have been in there would have been to sort of be like, get a few things.
You know, I think back now, there's plenty of times right now where I've gone out of there, walked home from there, walked over the border at like 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, taxi drivers won't even go over there where I'm
going. Taxi driver won't stop there at 5 o'clock. They will now. There's a police station in there. So they will
yeah,
now,
that's where I don't know when they did that on purpose, did they? They built the new headquarters, didn't they? Cleveland Constabulary, right next to all these, like where that used to be. I think the
road to the Bongo.
Yeah, right next to it, innit?
Yeah.
There's another place people, anyone who isn't from Middlesbrough probably won't have heard of it. It's this club called Club Bongo International, wasn't it? Not there?
Yeah, Club International Bongo, I think it was, wasn't it? Opened up as a cafe and something
like how would you describe it, not there? It was like if you ended up in the Bongo, you were wrecked. You knew you were pissed if you ended up in the Bongo, like.
Really, really dark. There was like one door, you got in, then a side door to go into the real club. And you went from like one light bulb to no light bulbs. Every corner looked like there was nobody in there, but really there was like 30 heads sat in every corner.
Honestly, I have ducked a few times for pint glasses in there, like, and you never got the toilet on your own either because you just get robbed, you know. It was all reggae music, wasn't it?
Yeah, constantly. It didn't play anything else. Even back in the day when everybody's full of V and all that, they just played reggae. They wouldn't play rave. Piss off. That's what Abdullah would tell you.
It was like, I think anyone who knows Lee Duffy has followed any of his stories. Like he had a few carry-ons outside and inside there, didn't he?
Well, yeah, I think he wasn't there, was he? The night a lot of his mates got filled in there, but he used to swear a bit a lot, didn't he?
Yeah. What do you know about Lee Duffy then? What can you remember about him?
What I've read in books, like say back in the day, I was too young. He was a bit older than me, so I heard the story same as everybody else. Never saw him, never bumped into him. Never, like say, I was too young. I'll have been about 15,
so
maybe.
I was 18 when he died. I was 18, right? I'm sure I was, and there was a few times in the town where he was a pub behind us in the town. You know, you hear people saying, "Oh, Duffy's just done this in the town."
That was the same as us.
I was never in the same pub. I was never in view of him, which I wouldn't want to be either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was like me. We'd be in the town and someone say, "Oh, Duffy's just been in rumours," or "Duffy's just been in the exchange." But that just means we wouldn't. Yeah.
There's a fella on here. There's a fella on here who I've been following as well. You'll have heard of his mate, Bob Smith. You heard of Bob Smith?
Yeah, Bob Smith. Yeah, I've seen him I've seen him videos with. Oh man, what's the lad called who does videos with? From Butter, proper known head.
Basil man, that's who I'm going to mention.
Basil man. Yeah.
He fascinates me. Like as soon as I get a notification, I watch his. I could watch Basil man for hours. Like he's funny as fuck. Proper man, like.
I've spent time before I was kidnapped about him for a bit and that, and seen him in jail. Yeah, man. The funny man.
I'd never heard of him, right, until he popped up on Bob Smith. So I'd never heard of him.
No.
But he knows everyone, doesn't he? He was in with Brian and them, wasn't he? He was in with Brian Cockrell and Speedy and them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Bob's interviewed him a few times, man. Classic them interviews, honestly. If anyone who hasn't seen them, I tell Jim Zeus to go and watch that interview with Bob and Basil. Funny as fuck, man. Telling us about his story, because he used to be a bouncer on all the rough pubs in the town, didn't he? rumours.
Yeah, I think he was on Blazers at one point, wasn't he? And maybe the arena, I'm not sure.
Yeah. And the main one, what he always goes on about, was that one where he went downstairs. What was that called?
Blazers.
Opposite the town hall. Blazers, yeah.
Blazers,
I love Blazers.
That's what it was. That's where I remember him from. Like before, but I didn't know him then. I just knew him as that he was the bouncer. It was Pacho and his brother Scratch that didn't like me. Well, it's not that they didn't like me. They knew how old I was, so they wouldn't let me in.
Yeah, he said, and I remember him. But Basilman, in one of his videos, he tells a story about he went into this house in Crowville, and because his brother was having chew or something, he said, so I went in there, and I said, Zoe, then let's have it. He said, so anyway, we started scrapping and that, and I got outside. The next thing, 4 of them jumped me. One of them bit my ear off. I was like, fucking hell. Bit his ear off, and then like he's just like as if nothing had happened. Do you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, so your fucking ears hanging off, innit? Yeah, so I battered them that night. Anyway, I was like, fucking hell, man. Funny as fuck he is. But yeah, Bob sort of brought him back into the fold, I think.
Yeah, like I say, I saw Bob Smith. I never met Bob Smith in real life or known him. I just saw him on YouTube on Summit. But I haven't seen much from him from a while, like.
He goes training. They go training in Steel City, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, well, my relation. Yeah, running the Steel City, Mick Rooney.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
Yeah. Like same,
yeah. Still, like, obviously Duffy put Middlesbrough on the map because everyone's heard of him, haven't they? You know what I mean? You all know.
Yeah.
And you always hear about him and Viv and that. Who would have won? You know what I mean? What's your thoughts on that? Like,
with who? I don't know. I never saw a fight. I won't only go by easy. And if I see somebody fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, like I haven't. But the thing about Duffy is he never really had a fight because he was always just knocking people out. That was his speciality, wasn't it?
It was more of a all hard smash in it before they got a chance to put the stance up and what have you. And
yeah, and that's why he was like hearing stories of him knocking 5 bouncers out and that in one go. But he was something a bit superhuman about him, though. I think. Obviously, he took a lot of steroids and that, I think, as well, didn't he?
I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, his name's still massive now, isn't it? Like, there's still books. I got his last book that Brian wrote. Brilliant book, that, mate. There's some cracking stories in there, you know.
Yeah, I've got it, man. I've got a picture of that I showed me live, haven't I? Brian dropping it off.
Have you? Oh, did you get it signed? I wanted mine signed. I might go around and see if he'll sign it. Like he says he will. Oh, he dropped it off around your house?
Yeah. He came twice. He came once to sell me, I think it was the one about him and Duffy. And then the second time him and his wife came to drop the second book off.
Was this in the last year? Because I remember when he was selling that book first, and he used to say, oh, I'll come round, I'll drop it off for you. I remember him saying that, but my son got me, man. He must have just ordered it off, like. But Brian used to give a number out, didn't he, for you to ring up and just for his books?
Yeah, like I say, I haven't read the books, though. I mean, I can't read books, but I've got them.
Did he not do a talking book version of it for you?
I got
Did he not do a talking book? The good them, you know.
James Bond book. Why would I want to watch it after the film's out? I wouldn't watch a film there, Cack.
A talking book, man, yeah. You know where, like, what's it called? Audio books. Where you can, there's loads of them on there where they're just talking.
I got stuck in jail before for 3 months. I whinged about not having a radio and it's pointless sending me to the library. Is what am I going to do with a book and all this? So they eventually they said, we're going to put in and we're going to get you audio books. And then, so they got me a Walkman with audio tape. One book, fucking Sun Tzu, Art of War. It was about 3 hours long.
So, Nutter, right? Just thinking there, Nutter, did you catch any of it before when Jeff was on? Jeff Durham Plasteridge?
Not much, bits and bobs. Is he from Durham? Yeah.
he's from Manchester, I think, right? But he's come about through Daryl. He watches Daryl's lives, and I've only met him this week on here.
Yeah,
but he's done 20. No, he's done 20 years in prison, mate.
Yeah, 20.
20.
Jesus.
Honestly, and I was telling him tonight, he's got loads of stories, mate. And I said to him tonight, I said, we'll leave it for tonight, but we'll have a night where we get loads of prison stories, because there's a few people, I said to him, there's a few people I know have like done a bit of jail, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you could jump in on that one if you wanted.
Yeah, the longest I've ever done was 18 months, well, 16 months.
Well, that's long enough, mate. I mean, 16 months in jail, going to be a few stories.
I only got sentenced to 18 months originally, but I lost most of my time apart from 2 months.
Imagine doing 20 years, mate. I mean, I'm looking at Jeff. He put his camera on tonight, and he did it off his own back. You know what I mean? Like, he's not scared to show his face, but he doesn't look that old, mate. So he's probably done a good half of his life in jail.
Jesus.
It's mad, that, innit, man? I couldn't believe it, mate, because he'd been talking for a while. He kept mentioning prison, right? So I just asked the question. I said, how much time have you done in prison? He said 20 years, man. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Yeah. Like you're saying, but once you're in there and you get started, it just gets on to being that's your life, isn't it? You just crack on.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, he's me saying, yeah, I couldn't do a day in jail, mate. I'm not going to lie. Honestly.
Boring. That's why I always got in trouble, because it's that boring. I'd start messing about.
There's only got to be nutter, right, in the whole world whose description of prison is boring, right?
It is boring. It's crap. You sit behind on your bed doing that. Well, like say nowadays, you have a telly and all that, man. I could do 20 years on my head. Play FIFA for 20 years. No kids shouting, know what I mean? No wife.
It's like nothing gets out. His wife says, "Oh, how was it?" Like, oh, boring.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what jail is. It's boring. It's crap. It's not hard. It's not gangster or anything. That's boring. You're stuck behind a door.
It's quality. That,
you've only got screws to talk.
So you want to be in on that, mate? Because honestly, I just know he's got stories coming out of his ears, mate. And you know what his story was tonight, right? What he didn't. Not to this fella, right? Is brand new to YouTube, right? He doesn't know anything. Doesn't know any of the characters we know. He said his mate in prison fought bare knuckle boxer.
Yeah, that's what I came in.
Yeah, could you believe that? I couldn't believe it. But he didn't know. He didn't know that DH is what he's like on YouTube, and how hated he is, I'll say, or you know what I mean. So I can imagine they're just a few of his stories. But there's a couple of others. I'm not going to say the names, like who've been inside. Smithers, everyone knows Smithers done a bit of prison life, and
if he was in for 20 years, he'll have met my mate Shane Taylor, won't he? Definitely.
So how do you know Shane, mate?
I knew him back in the days, and I met him in prison, and then his kids came to he moved around near our house, and his kids went to my school, and I met him in the thing. I was like, I know you. What happened to you? And then he say, remembered. Yeah, he got a couple of years.
But wasn't he labelled as one of the top 5 most dangerous prisoners?
5th most dangerous man in the British prison system. He stabbed a couple of screws, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
But he's now he's a
lovely man. Lovely man.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Like I don't think I'd ever get him on it. Like, he's too big for me. He's been on Brian's, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So does he still live in the borough?
Yeah, mate, there's on a call from me. See him at the shops every day at the school and that.
Yeah.
I've got his book.
Mate, I've heard of him, man. Would he never come on you? Have you ever wanted him on your panel or out? Like,
he's got more kids. He's got more kids than me in there. Like you said, if it was something on a night time or something, but I don't know. Like you say, I run a no drama channel. I suppose he could come on and tell us some stories, couldn't he? I can ask him.
Yeah. Mate, ask him because you know, I don't know much about him. I'd probably have to read one of his books or something. But he'd be massive, man. I hear him. You can't get anyone bigger than that fella, man. Talking about prisons, you know what I mean? Fucking hell, been in with all of them, hasn't he?
But he's been in most of the security units and all. Like, he didn't really do he didn't do 20 years or nothing like that. I think he only ended up doing, was it 5 years or so? But he was always on like 10-man lockdowns and in the blocks and stuff like that. All the big people from jail. Well, he was on Channel 5 on the one of them prison things.
Yeah, I've just got this on. Don't know, can anyone see that? This is the fella I was on about earlier, right? This fella's channel. You want to check him out? Absolutely brilliant. Don't know if you can see that on there. It's no, I'll tell you his name, right? His channel's called Behind Bars TV. Ricky Killeen. Have you heard of him?
No, Ricky Killeen.
Yeah, he's a Geordie, and he's been in Frankland, and he's been in with loads
I
of
never
people.
went to Frankland and on them. When we only having little sentences, I was just like Durham, Ormhouse, Ackleton, Castleton, Northampton, all our local jails, know what I mean? Yeah. I did go to the wall for a little bit, but that was just because there was no place in Ackleton. But yeah, I did go down to Brixton in London once when my my thing went to the appeal court, my case. So I went there for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Scary jail.
I mean, like I say, I knew for a fact when you come on the panel, I'm going to have you on for longer than you wanted to be on. You know what I mean? You know that anyway, don't you? Because I can talk to you for hours, mate. But we will do like a night like that because.
Yeah, man. Like 10 o'clock, because I'm going to get off and go to bed, Moon. You're keeping me up late. You are.
No, mate. I was just looking there. It's way past your bedtime, fella.
Mate, I will catch you in a bit. Bye, mate.
Right.
Big up the chat.
Yeah. I'll catch you one morning this week, fella. On my way home from work.
Because you're lazy and you'll be in bed.
That's the one, mate. That's the one. Yeah, that's. I think we all know not to do. It was always going to happen that, you know, get somebody on here who literally lives around the corner from you and is the same age, you know, you're always going to have stuff to talk about, aren't you? I know there's other lives on and that, and the chat slowed right down. But I think a lot of people are fascinated, like, they are fascinated. G, what do you think, mate? I mean, you were obviously listening there, and I'd like to say this is this live tonight was to talk about anything, you know, anyone was allowed to, but I knew we'd not come on that we'd end up just talking about stuff, and it's not for everyone. I know that. I know there's other lives on stuff, but respect me if you've been listening. And there's like 15 people who just real life stuff, isn't it? I'm always fascinated by prison because I'll be honest, I could not do a day in prison. I don't know about you. I don't know about you, G. You definitely have soap on a rope if you went to prison, fella. Don't be watching Scum anyway. If you're waiting to be sentenced, don't watch the film Scum. But this fella we knows, you know, Shane Taylor. Does anyone know Shane Taylor, mate? He's an absolute legend, man. Well, he's a legend in the prison system. I think he's gone down the same route as Brian Cockrell, you know, like I'm not saying he's the same as Brian, obviously two totally different people, yeah. But he's done some nasty stuff, Shane Taylor. But he's done his time and that. He's come out and I think he just tries to help people out and that. I didn't know he still lived in the borough. But if he come on here, that would be I would be up for that. Like that doesn't worry me. But I will make it like a special night for that because not everyone wants to listen to prison crap, do they? Man, I'm just talking to myself. Well, you see how long I was on for there. I'm going to have to say it all again because I'm muted. I had to go to the toilet and wash my hands and I had to get a can. But what I said there, when I sat down, bless you, great lip reader, was that even... I know, yeah, bad. My bad. I know you've got to be crap if you go to prison. That means you're a crap criminal, aren't you, really, basically? But yeah, what I was getting at there, yeah. For somebody like myself who's on YouTube quite a lot, watches everything, and obviously doing these lives and that, the heater's gone off there, like. You still learn something new every day, and I learned 2 new things today about YouTube. Right, one of them was in the YouTube studio where I had to go and unblock Raver Lindsay again, but now I know it wasn't again. It was my fault, right? I was unblocking her, but instead of saving the changes, which is right at the bottom of the page, you have to scroll right down, right? So there was that. And while I was scrolling down, I seen this other section, blocked words. You can physically type in a word that you don't want to show up in your chat, and YouTube will blank it out, won't let it on. And I've got no words in there, but you could put any words you want in there. And I don't know how it works, whether it just deletes the whole comment if that word's mentioned in the comment, or whether... I think it would be a bit too clever. I think it would be a bit too clever if you just typed out the word, erased the word. But Monk, I seen that early on, mate. I think I think there was a bit of shit earlier on in the chat. I seen it, and I actually tried to block a couple of people, right? But when I clicked on the 3 dots, I didn't get the option to time them out. And at one point, one of them was quite bad, and I went block it, but I put it up on the screen when Jeff was on. But yeah, I don't know what was happening there early on. But Monk, I did see a few people coming in, bloody doxing people and stuff. I know you've got a thick skin for that now, mate. But still, yes, my mate, how you doing, fella? Coming a regular now, this guy, and he look. Why is everything opposite, isn't it? Yeah, everyone's getting busy again, and like. And one other thing, what was the other thing I'd learned today? You know what? Can't even remember. That's how bad it is. Can't remember what the other thing was that I learned today. Let's have it a little bit green for a little bit. Yeah, I noticed me quiz last night. Went down quite well. Like, got into a bit of a... we actually built up a bit of drama, I thought, at the end. Got a bit dramatic, didn't it? A little bit dramatic, you know what I'm saying? I think I'm now known as the... what's he called? What did somebody call us the other day? Big G. What's that little dwarf called who does that quiz show? That's what I was getting titled yesterday or the day before about quizzes. does that afternoon quiz on TV. Yeah, you know what I'm on about. I tell you what, we're going to be straight in there. Warwick Davis, yeah. I think it was probably you that did it anyway. Slim's not far behind him. Monk, 7th. It's getting delivered on the 7th of February. I'm not sure when it's getting fitted. It won't be long after that, mate. Don't know how long it's going to take him. But now we know how much it's costing and that. And we were on about it last night, weren't we? About insurance and all that. Or we get ripped off and whatever. We haven't had a kitchen fitted for a long time. Like a very long time. But it's a friend of Louisa's and he's got good reports and that, so we'll give him a chance. We are having to get quite a bit of plastering done as well. So I'll let you know how that goes. That's at work call you Willow. Am I missing something there? Like, where's Willow? Anyone else enlighten me or what? Yeah, why were all the Dave? Why was all the football in the lower leagues postponed, or all the pitches for like all flooded or frozen pitches? Can you remember? There was always some games in the winter, like where you'd see them, like especially FA Cup games where they really needed to be on. It was a big FA Cup game, like third round, non-league team, and they always had the stewards on shoveling all the snow off the pitch and make sure the game gets on. Don't see none of that anymore, do you? Not these underground heating and all that, innit? You know what I'm saying? That's the one I was looking for, mate. Tenable. You know what? There's 2 quiz shows I can't stand on television. One of them's Tenable, right? And the other one is that crappy thing on BBC One, where you're actually, it's how many points you don't get. Like the idea of the game is to get the least points, and they have them. It goes down in like a countdown. Oh man, I never got the game. Crap. It's like a host. I don't even know his name. I don't like him. And then there's another fella who sits behind the desk. I don't like him either. You know which one? Pointless. That's the one, John. Pointless. It is absolutely pointless. It's the worst game on TV. Absolutely worst game on TV. Like frozen pitches, yeah, man. Had that though, yeah. It hasn't even been that bad, has it? This last week. So all that means, Dave, is fixture pile-ups, doesn't it, mate? More midweek games and stuff. Especially for the likes of Lincoln. But yeah, we got done today by the Mackhams. Like, that's not good, believe me. I've actually got away with it. Got off with it lightly. I know it's only early, but I've got off with it lightly. Yeah, that's a good one. That Ickelman. I'd never heard of him, all right? I'd never heard of this Ickelman. I don't know if anyone else has in the chat. Funny little thing. Funny little bloke, isn't he? Little muscly coloured bloke. I tell you, my son showed me it, but wasn't he something to do with KSI and all that? Like, isn't he in with all them lots? That, what are they called? The roadmen. He's in with all them, but yeah, basically, he's a little boxer, and he some guy like. I bet he's got a bit of. I think he does all right with the ladies as well. Bring back pick a number. Is that a Scottish thing like Deco? I've never heard of pick a number like. But I have heard of, let's think who can come up with the most classic game show off television. Big G started it with Bullseye there. I mean, obviously, classic Bullseye. Like, all you're going home is your BFH, isn't it? Your bus fare home. And look what you could have won. So they were having a laugh about it the other night, saying it was always a speedboat, wasn't it? I think it was Darryl saying it was always a speedboat. And he's like, "What the fuck are you gonna do? Have half a speedboat, or you have it one week, I'll have it the next week." Yeah, man. Anyone who doesn't know Ickle, is it Ickle or Lickle? Yeah, it'll come up if you put him in Google. Like, it's quite funny. Strike It Rich, Michael Barrymore. What is a hotspot? What is a hotspot? Not a hotspot. Something like that. Can I have a pee, please, Bob? Everyone watched Blockbusters, didn't they? I mean, everyone watched Blockbusters, like. Classic TV still all available now. There's another couple of beauties on here. Price is Right. His little story, right? My mate, one of my best mates I grew up with, he lived with his nana, right? Lived with his nana full time. And every time I went round his house, which was a lot, right? His nana was always like, when we were going out, his nana would be like, "Oh, will you post these for us, son?" Be about five envelopes with stamps on, or she'd say, "Oh, go and get me some stamps." I'm like, what the hell? What's she doing? Like, she was one of these who entered every single competition that was going, like in magazines and the little crappy competitions that'd be in the corner at the bottom of the page. Well, his nana entered all of them, right? And honestly, I'm not kidding you. She's won that much stuff off that. And the pinnacle of it was she got on Price is Right. She got on the Price is Right, right? And she got to run down the stairs and she was on the show. She got on the show and she won prizes and that, man. And that's because she was one of these people who just entered competitions all the time. And that's what she ended up on there. Yes, Kirsty, hope you're all right there. 3 weeks left. Squeaky bum time there for Kirsty. Squeaky bum time. You know what? This is how unlucky I am, right? So when my son was due, I put 2 weeks holiday in on his due date, right? Two weeks. So I thought, happy days, 2 weeks. The first day of my holiday, right? Obviously, when he was due, didn't arrive, right? He decided to arrive 2 weeks late. So I was due back to work the day that he arrived, right? Oh, I mean, you couldn't write that shit, could you? Crippen Factor. What was his name? What was the fella's name who hosted the Crippen Factor? Bonus point for anyone who can tell us that. Used to be on once a week, didn't it? Was it a Friday night or a Sunday night? Used to have to do mad puzzles and that, didn't you? But it was always the assault course everyone wanted to watch, wasn't it? Everyone's like, if you can do that assault course. That's the one, Dave. I can just see your impression of Jimbo now. God rest his soul. I'm sure Jim's no longer with us. Can't beat a bit of bully. But that wasn't him, was it? That was his co-host who does the darts and that, doesn't it? Pandeco coming in with a blankety-blank checkbook and pen. Les Dawson, if I'm not mistaken, does the original host, but there has been new versions of it. I think Lily Savage, when he was still Lily Savage, he hosted it, but Les Dawson was the original. Classic TV at the time, Deco, right? But looking back on it now, it It wasn't like based around the hard questions, was it? It was more fun, that show, wasn't it? What's Vander saying here? MT. Vander's turning into Bright 77 here. You're going to have to give us another clue with that one, Vander. Unless I've missed something in the chat, which is highly likely. Generation game. Gee, you must have been watching reruns of that, you know, because I think that was even before my time. I remember it. And it was, wasn't it him, Larry Grayson? You don't get much past me on 80s, 90s TV, by the way. Larry Grayson. He had that wheel, didn't there, where all the prizes went round, and you had to remember them, didn't you? If you remembered them, you won them, yeah. Wow. Wow, was that what I was on about early on, Vander? Seriously. So I wasn't just imagining that. Or I know Vander, like, she wouldn't wind me up, like, but yeah, I remember that. Crazy behaviour. Weakest link. You know what? Weakest link, when it came out, do you know how big that was? When she went to America with it, didn't she? Dead simple format, right? But that's a classic example of how the host turns an average show into like a blockbuster. And what was her name? And somebody, but it was You Are the Weakest Link, Goodbye, wasn't it? Went over and smashed it in America, made absolutely millions and millions of pounds. I thought Deco might come out with that one. Supermarket Sweep, Dale Winton, who's now dead, I think. Big Camp. Big G, I can imagine Big G having that on season record, you know, so he doesn't miss an episode. And Vander is also like that, anything to do with supermarkets and anything for free. Vander's right in there for that one, I tell you. Yeah, Blockbusters was like, I mean, don't know how long it went on for, but it was more, the kids loved it as well, though, didn't they? It was like a college thing, wasn't it? Because it was all people from kids from college, wasn't it? Like 17, 18. Easy as well. You always knew you were going to get one right, didn't you? Slim's got, is that, are you going back to Cricket Factory, mate? I think you are, aren't you? Gordon, or was it somebody Gordon? Was it Gordon Burns? It wasn't Gordon Burns, was it? Is that Pandetta, or was it Gordon Burns? It's ringing a bell, that. I wonder where he is this day and age, yeah? You know what? Crystal Maze, yeah. Wasn't big on the Crystal Maze, you know. Dave can't remember the bloke who hosted it, who he's saying was my twin. And you know what? I'd struggle to remember his name, but I will get it. Brian, somebody Brian. Was that? Yeah, I do mad things, didn't you? Like, it was a bit nuts. And you went in that thing at the end with you had to catch the gold bits of paper, and you got loads of money, shit like that. Like I say, I did watch it, but not all the time. Now you're talking, Slim. Now you're talking proper game shows with proper hosts. Like, let's have a look. Brucey, wasn't it? Brucey, the audience so much better than last week's audience. Got a laugh every week, didn't it? Classic TV. If somebody said that now, you'd probably get fruit thrown at you, wouldn't you? What else did he used to say? Higher or lower, wasn't it? Higher or lower. Is that you, mate?
Yeah, that's me, Moon. How you doing, bruv? You all right?
Yeah, it's all right, fella. Fucking hell, full of burrito, eh?
I was dead bored over that. Like you said, better team won though than on the day.
Did you watch it, like?
I watched the highlights there.
What on Sky? How long the highlights for? Because when I look on Sky on YouTube for highlights of the Borough game, it's usually only like show you 2 minutes of it.
Yeah, that's all I watch. Yeah, just the daft bits of it.
Was it a penalty?
Yeah, red card, wasn't
it? You're up against it, anyway, when you go down with 10 men, fucking hell.
Aye. Like I say, though, we didn't play very well the other day, you know, absolute terrible.
I wonder why, though, because we're flying, aren't we?
We think we were, mate. We come against the Mackems and get done in.
Well, that's typical Borough, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, they raise your hopes up all the time, mate, then just fucking let you down, don't they? Davey, what's happening with you anyway, mate? Well, how long have you been on this YouTube? Because I don't know if I've seen that name. I can't remember how long. How long have you been called Davey 90, or how long have you been on?
Oh, I used to watch Pablo back in the day, like.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, can you remember people out this chatting, Pablos? Can you remember me and Darryl and them? Or
yeah, I know Darryl and that. Yeah. Dave Smithers.
Yeah, because people change the names all the time, and even people I know, like, change the names, and it's like it does your head in because you just say, "Oh, you remember me?" and that.
Like, I was gonna, like, obviously I'm gonna start a game and one up on man, like, but I've changed my name now, and you go on people's chats and they're like, who's this and that, like, what the fuck, man?
I seen you because are you new to the panels though, Dave? Are you just started going on panels? Yeah. Because you're on Flavors. I watch you on Flavors the other week, man. He's alright, Flavors, isn't he?
I don't mind Flavors. Sound as fuck, Flavors, man. He just does his own thing, Flavors, man. That's what I like about him, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of scousers on here, but for me, he's one of my favourite. Yeah, he does like them.
When it was in his early, I was like, out in the arms doing the thing in the Borough match, and he's like, give the bloke a rest.
Hey, Davey, I tell you what else I was watching this morning, right? I don't know if you know anything about him. A lad called Blind in Borough. It's called Ryan from Grove Hill.
No.
Have you heard of him? I tell you how I first heard of him, right? Was, do you know Fighting Irish? Have you heard of Fighting Irish?
I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, his mother's in the chat. She knows because she was in the chat with me this morning. Well, he raised a lot of money for this lad, and his account's Blind in Borough. So when I've looked into it, it's a lad from Grove Hill. I think he's only 18 or 19, right? He's been blind all his life, I think. And they raised £1,000 for him, Fighting Irish, and they give him it. And he done a live this morning. I jumped in his chat.
I know, like a few people from Grove Hill, man. I've got family in Grove Hill.
Yeah, so I'm not
gonna mention names on here, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, I've got loads of family in Grove Hill.
Mm. Yeah. So obviously, when you see me there, Flabby, the move, not many people, no one understands what it means. Well, they do now because I've told a lot of them. But did you? Obviously, you knew what it meant, didn't you?
Yeah. You have to.
Yeah. So it's just like
T-side through me.
It's a Borough thing, innit, mate? You know, like we've already had the nutter on there. Do you know the nutter?
I usually go in his chat in the morning when I get up with the kids and that. I usually drop in and say, "Oh, with him sat in his shed and that." Yeah.
He's mad, and he just epitomises the Borough for me, like, doesn't it? You know, it's like it's one of them. It'll be the same with you, mate. I'll end up talking to you for fucking hours about the Borough and that. But have you been on any other panels, like David? What else do you watch?
Mainly, like I like to say, Exposure. I watch Exposure. Like,
would you jump on that panel?
No.
That's the only panel I haven't been on, mate. Exposure. I fucking
you get a roasting on there, won't you? Like,
make or break with that one.
I big him up for what he does, though. Like, honestly, I do.
Oh yeah, I mean he's got it boxed off, and it's totally different his channel though. Like I've been on the cesspit, and like Phil Boy's been in here, but I know it's like
I wouldn't
the
jump
wars that are
there,
going on at the minute. You don't like him now? Don't like that bit?
No, it's not for me, that.
Yeah, weird that. But have you always been like that, or you got off it?
No, I've watched it a few times, and then just like it put me off, man. Just like the way they're going, that on there, like it's not for me, that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of them, mate. Like I do like it. There's like the divide at the minute with them and Expo and that. Like it's got out of hand, to be honest. But I like both of them because all my mates go in both of them as well. You know what I mean? So it does make it hard.
Like say it's up to you where you want to go and that, but that's just not for me on there. Like
yeah, which is fair enough. I'm never going to fall out with anyone over somebody's channel. You know what I mean?
Oh, you shouldn't have to, man.
But that's what's happening, mate, at the minute. You know, if you watch YouTube, you'll see what's going on at the minute. It's like, fucking hell, I don't know. Can't see them do it, mate.
Like to say when they talk about a few of these people, man, like they sound like the proper wrong'uns, though, man.
Yeah, well, there's just a lot of accusation to get through about that, innit?
Like to say, I just sit on the side, you know what I mean? It's not to do with me, do you know what I mean? But
that's the best way, mate. I mean, I was like you, like I watch YouTube. Me and the girlfriend, like we watch YouTube for ages before I jumped on a panel, like plucking the courage up to jump on. It was Pablo's. And if you'd have told us last year that I'd have a channel, I'd have told you, I'd have said you're fucking mad. You know what I
mean? Yeah. He's off with Pablo though. He's a funny lad though, Pablo. He is.
Pablo's the king, man. The king of live streams. You know, it's like he could come back and take over any time he wants, mate.
He just needs to put the time in more though, doesn't he?
He's been doing well this week though. Like he's done a few lives this week. I'll be honest. But he used to do them every night. Like, did you used to watch it when he had 900 in and that? 1,000
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Mate, I've got 35 in here. Imagine having 1,000 in here. Fucking crazy, isn't it?
Like, to keep up with it all as well, though, that must be fucking hard, you know.
Exactly. I mean, he was doing that every night, Davey, man. Every night, people were sat waiting. He'd have hundreds waiting for him to start and that. Like, we were two of them. Me and our last were two of them. Like,
it was round about lockdown time though as well, though, wasn't it? So no one had fucking shit to do, really, though.
Well, I didn't go back that far. I missed when it all started, the live streams and all that, with that Cody Lackey and all that. I missed all them days.
I didn't watch none of that shit. No. That's too far back.
But they all started it off, you know what I mean? And as much as you think I don't know anything about Cody Lackey, I know that he has a bit of a naughty lad and that, you know what I mean? But he started all this off, I think. So got to credit him for something, you know what I mean? So you're working, Davey. What do you do, mate? Do you do with your days and that?
I can't say on here. I'll just say area, Ken. You must know.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it because you'll have people ringing up your works and that off here.
Well, you know what? I did just a second, Davey, right? Anyone, if I don't know if anyone else noticed, right? But Jeff, a lad come on earlier. Joanne, if you're still in the chat, tell Jeff to change his avatar because it's got his bloody phone number up.
Yeah, you see that plastering lad that was on early, right? He'll get tortured, him, you know.
Mate, it took me a while, right, to notice that his phone number was right across the bottom of his fucking thing, wasn't it?
I'll have him running all over me, taking his plastering jobs left, right, and centre.
So anyone, if Joanne's still in the chat, Joanne, tell Jeff to change his avatar because it's got his bloody phone and mobile number right.
It's a bit fucking too late now. We need to change his number.
Well, no one else picked up on it in the chat, and I thought, I need to tell him.
I noticed it straight away when he was on your panel. I was like, he's going to get hammered.
There's been a few like that, haven't there, where getting fucking takeaways and all that. Saying that, I'd have all the takeaways and that. I had a bloke knock on the door the other day, hammering on the door. He was. Like, went the door, was this little bloke, man, with loads of pizzas and that. I was like, oh, I could just eat them, but he got the wrong house, hadn't he? So you like a Parmo, don't you, Davey? You like a Parmo?
Aye, Parmo, you know
that. I tell people on here when kids are born here, they don't get vouchers for milk and SMA milk. They get them for Parmo.
How to get a Parmo, man?
Get a Parmo in the blender. Get it in the pot.
Most people don't know though, man. They say them Jeff Chefs and that, man. That Jeff Chef one shutting down, man. That's like roadkill.
I know, yeah. When you can't beat it, like. But how many different Parmos must there be though, Davey, in the borough?
Fucking in Bury, you'll get lost for them, man.
But like I'm 18 years older than you. I can remember the days, Davey, right, when the first pizza shop opened in the borough on Linthorpe Road, Pizza Tops. You know, near where TS1 is. I think it's still there now, but I can remember
where TS1 is,
going there before, like, when pizza shops weren't even a thing and no one had heard of garlic sauce or anything. To think now, like, they are pretty new, pizza shops and that, and Parmos and whatever. They're only like 20-year-old. Oh, he's gone. That's Davey 90 people, another lad from the borough. Don't know what's happened there. Must have pressed the wrong button. I'll say, Genghis, how you doing, matey? Good to see you. Kelvin, big up Kelvin. That guy's still in. Robert Lee's in. Big G's in. Full of big hitters in here tonight again, that. I've got my TV off at the minute, so I don't even know who else is on, but we've been steady away, man. Robert, good to see you back in the chat, mate. I've just remembered there. You only need Raver Lindsay now, and then that's me sorted. Don't have to look at me. Banana Man's in the house. Big up Banana Man, whoever you are. Big up the Banana Man. Anyone remember Banana Man? Where did Banana Man live? There's a question for you. Where did Banana Man live? I did it the other day, Davey. First time ever, right? Because I'm always torturing like Tim Smith for like pressing the wrong buttons, mate. And honestly, first time ever I was on a panel. I'd hold my phone and I fucking pressed the leave button because it's right in the corner. That's right, G. That is right. That's what I was going to say. I didn't know the number, but I knew the road. So if that is right, 29, massive respect. Yeah, Robert Lee, mate. I don't know what you did get blocked, mate. Can't imagine that. Yes, Mr. Beautiful Blues. Alter, how you doing, matey? Alter, jump on, mate, if you want. Big G, get your ass on. Let's talk about quiz shows. Yeah, that's where I thought, Genghis. I knew a case here was just ringing a bell somewhere. Banana Man. Who comes up with these things? I want to know in the chat. Anyone in the chat, right? You don't have to, but if you are 50 or within 3 years of 50, put a 1 in the chat. Then we can talk about some serious television that I remember from when I was a kid. Like programs that I've never heard people mention on here that were big programs on TV when I was a kid. I can remember living at my nana and granddad's, and they were one of the first people to get cable TV in the house, which is now like what's now turned into Sky or whatever. And this is how old it was, right? It was when everyone had rented the TV. You didn't own a TV, you rented it from Radio Rentals, I think it was. big green and white vans, radio rentals. Pretty sure they were a nationwide company. But cable TV, what you had to do, on the windowsill behind the telly, a proper windowsill, was this box, and it had a big knob on it, right? And you had to click the knob, and it turned the channels over on TV. And I can remember, God, proving how old I'll have been, but I can vividly remember watching MTV when it first came out, like back in the early, like the first, I'm talking the first few months of cable TV. God knows how my nana got that. My nana and granddad didn't get cable TV. It must have been loaded, or must have won the lottery or something, not told us. But we were the only people, definitely in our road, who had Kelvin. I don't know how old you are, mate, but I can't remember that. Captain Planet. Slim, way before NTL, mate. Way before NTL, right? Because NTL, right? I'll tell you about NTL. I'm sure NTL started in the Northeast. They were also called Comcast before that. And they started laying, they were the first people, the first company. And they're way ahead of the time because they were the ones that digging your drive up and putting fiber optic cables down people's drives. And if you wanted to get cable, that's what they did. The workmen come round, they got the pneumatic drill out, they drilled a hole, drilled like a trailer all the way down your drive, the laid and joined you up to the network, which was on the road. And literally, right, I remember they went bankrupt because when NTL first started, right, they give internet away for nothing. They didn't charge you, it was free, right? So there's no word of a lie, it was free. And everyone I knew worked for NTL. You know, they just, everywhere you went, they were digging the roads up, laying these copper fiber optic wires. And this went on for a couple of years. But anyway, whoever decided to get it for free nearly bankrupt the whole company. And I can literally picture when they went bankrupt, digging just stopped. So you might be on one road, in one road where there might be 20 houses, right? The first 10, you'd be able to have NTL, and the next 10 you couldn't because they'd stopped there. They just stopped digging, and like it's still to this day now. I know roads like that where half of them have got NTL or cable or wherever that's Virgin. Because Virgin eventually took over that. That's what Virgin took over NTL. Richard Branson bought them all out, but they're the ones that sort of, they were way ahead of BT in the vision about the internet and stuff. They had the vision of laying cables and all that, and now the likes of BT use all their cables and everything. Nah, but I'm sure it was a Northeast company. Positive. Radio Rentals, that guy. It was a nationwide company, wasn't it? I'll tell you how I know. Right? Because I remember growing up and I was brought up by my mother. And I remember one of her relationships, I'm going to say boyfriend, but it sounds a bit sham. But she was dating a bloke and he worked for Radio Rentals. So I remember his van always being parked outside the house and it was white. The writing was green and something else. But obviously they went out of business years ago or changed into something else. But somebody brought it up in a chat the other day and mentioned Radio Rental for mental. No, he's Radio Rental. So do I remember Jack Frosty? What we're talking about here, Kelvin? We're talking about there's a film called Jack Frost, wasn't there? Or you want about the slush puppy maker thing. That's all I'm getting like from Jack Frost, mate. They did. Genghis, kid you not, Genghis. I can remember the days when BBC finished at 12 o'clock. BBC Two probably finished earlier than that. And TNT's sometimes went a little bit over 12, but I can remember the white dot. You know, when everything goes off and they used to play the national anthem, mate. They played the national anthem when TV finished. Anyone who's not old enough to know that is what used to happen. Kid you not. Yeah, heart attack. Well, that guy. So I used to have a portable black and white TV that had one of them crappy aerials on it, you know, the round like wire, like coat hanger, right? And to get a picture, you had to move that, and to tune it in, mate, it was a knob that just turned, you know, smooth. Didn't have a click, and you tuned it in. And one thing that I can remember watching in my bedroom on this will tell you how old I was as well, was when Alex Higgins won the World Snooker Championship. You know, and he brought his baby on. His wife come on. He had hold of his baby around the table. So if anyone knows what year that was, that's when I had a black and white portable television. Betamax. Watch many a blue movie on Betamax, mate. Many a blue movie. Betamaxes were still a thing. They were going out of fashion with the VHS. But my friend had a Betamax when I was 17. So that's 33 years ago. Betamaxes were just fading out. Obviously, the VHS took over, didn't it? A lot slim. You know, you didn't have to have like a side cabinet, shelf like 2 foot long, 2 foot high, did you, for your Betamax? Even the VHSs had, didn't they start as like top loaders as well? You know, where they used to come up where you put the cassette in. And then they changed to like, if you're really posh, you got to put your video in slimline, didn't you? That was a big thing back in the day, you know, video shops. There's a lot of money was made there, you know. You know, when the van used to come round, we used to have a video van, like, it used to pull up on certain parts of the road and used to go out and hire videos off it. But used to go to Spar or wherever, or a video shop, they only had like 2 copies of the best film. So you'd always go in and someone would always have it, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, we haven't got that one, mate, till tomorrow night. 2 of the first, I'll tell you this as well, 2 of the first videos I ever watched from the video shop. One of them was The Wanderers. And the other one was, what was the other one that was like what, The Warriors? Remember them films? What, in Belfast? Wow, so they were national then, weren't they? Well, they must have made some money then. It's right though, innit? BBB, back in the day, you didn't own a TV, did you? You rented it. Imagine that now. Who rents a TV now? Absolutely crazy behaviour. It would, wouldn't it, mate? Honestly, you could like put something on top of it, press a eject button. It was lethal, wasn't it? Brutal. Absolutely brutal, mate. I don't know what that guy I'm missing things here out the chat, but he's about, you know what I thought you were going to say, that guy Subutio, I thought you were on about there. Or is that the same thing? Or is that a computer game? Who remembers Subutio? can remember getting, no, it wasn't me, it was my uncle, right? It was my uncle who was only a couple of years older than me, and I was always dead jealous of him because got all the best presents and that for Christmas, you know. I remember him getting Subbuteo, and we had a spare room in there, and Grandad, we had a spare room, so it's not the type of game that you wrap up all the time, is it? And me uncle, he had the Subbuteo set, right, and he had all the stands and everything around it. Yeah, he even had floodlights, right? He had floodlights for Subbuteo, right? And he would have people round, and they'd have like Subbuteo nights. And honestly, the Ryder Cup had nothing on them Subbuteo nights, I tell you. Mr. England still rocking a black and white TV. Yeah, mate, I'm old as the hills, me, you know. Just got a mad memory though, like loads of mad memories about, like, especially TV and stuff like that. I must have been right TV addict. Probably never went out to play or anything, mate. I just sat there in front of the telly like that, square eyes. That's a thing. That's a thing. When did remotes come out? When did it? Imagine how posh a remote was when you used to have to get up and like press a big button on your telly. Imagine when the first remotes come out. How, like, man, you can imagine, can't you? You'd be like, yeah, I've got a remote control TV, me, like laying there with your legs up and that, flicking the remote under your legs, over your head, just turning the telly over and that. You know what I mean? Trying it with the other hand and that, doing it under your legs and stuff. Yeah, Wanderers, quality film on it. So Wanderers was the one with the big, massive, baldy-headed bloke, wasn't it? Who was in Stir Crazy. Another great film, that Stir Crazy, if anyone's ever seen Stir Crazy. Oh, did they used to have wires on the remotes? No way. Oh, that sort of takes a shine off it. One of them, like, you need wireless remotes. That's when you're showing off, like. Oh, here he is. Here he is. He's decided to join us. There must be nothing else on. Did you play that game of golf the other day, mate? Did you get your Pringles shell suit out? How did you get on? Did you need a calculator? Good question. Good question, that job. Very, very different characters, but there could be a relation. Could be distant relatives. Like, I get you. Mr. England found it funny as well. Big J, exactly. Exactly, mate. I've only been on for 4 hours, Phil. It's all right. I mean, loads of people are 4 hours late, aren't they? You know what I mean? It's like 5 minutes, isn't it? Tapes, we were on about this. I think it was Motorsports and Buggies. Put a community post up. It was only last week, I think. And his community post was just a C90 TDX tape. And I think he wrote on it, how the hell did we get music out of this? But I remember I've still got them all in the loft or in the garage. Loads of C90, TDX, BASF, was it? Loads of them. Used to do cheaper versions, but TDX were always the boys, weren't they? Starsky and Hutch, mate. I remember before Starsky and Hutch. Remember that car? What was that car? Red with the white. You know what? I bet that's still a good watch. That, you know, Starsky and Hutch. Classic TV, like Kojak in it. Kojak was even before that, I think. We've had Kojak on here tonight. Anyway, Nutter bases himself on Kojak. I'm trying to read as many as I can here, guys. My eyes got a bit funny now. 4 hours. Right, I'm going to be honest here, Mr. BB, right? I cannot remember. Can I? I don't think I can remember when you had to put money in your TV. But it's possible. I never did it, but it's possible that in my nana's you might have had to put money in it, but I don't think so. It might have been just after that, so I'm not that old. I'm guessing there's still a lot about bald-headed people there. I remember when the first Alien come out. Tell you where I was. Of all places, right? I was in Butlins. Remember when Butlins was a thing? You used to go to Butlins every year for your holidays. I remember Alien being on, and I couldn't watch it because I was obviously too young. Yeah, it's like The Evil Dead, wasn't it? The Evil Dead when that come out, and everyone wanted it on VHS, didn't they? As soon as they knew it was banned, it's banned, that film. Yeah, you could never get hold of it. And if you did get a copy of it, it was like gold dust. Evil Dead. Still a scary film to this day, that. I think they're making a new one of it as well. I Spit in Your Grave was another one. I can remember the original one of that. I Spit on Your Grave. Another banned film. Another one of the first films I remember on VHS was Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy Krueger. It's mad remote control now. I mean, remember when you used to get, you were amazed when you got a remote control car, weren't you? You know, and it had like two big sticks on it, and you were just like amazed that this thing was moving, and there was no wire connected to it. It was just moving. And when they got better and better, like the proper good ones, you know, if you had a bit of money, proper good remote controls, like the cars used to go dead fast, didn't they? And then when it moved on to like aeroplanes and that, if you had a remote controlled aeroplane, right, you had a few quid, didn't you? Phil probably had 2 of them. Phil probably woke up one morning and wasn't happy because he only got 2 remote controlled airplanes. You know, one was a fighter jet, and he's like didn't talk to anyone for a week because he didn't get the brand new version. You know? Isn't that right, Phil? Did they? You know what? Like I say, I'm going back to like I remember. I'm not sure if I remember when you put money in TV, right? But yeah, now I'm thinking, yeah. And it's not really remote, was it? Because you could only go as far as long as the wire was. And like, it's not as if the wire was like 20 foot long either. It was about 3 foot long on it. So all you could do was go like backwards and forwards. Batman. Glad you brought that up, mate. Who remembers the original Batman, though? The original Batman, Burt Ward. Burt Ward. Did he play Batman, Burt Ward? And who played Robin? I know who played the Penguin. That was Bruce Meredith. See? Not just a pretty face, man. You can't get me on anything to do with TV. Like, I'm the king. Any 80s quiz, you might as well not even do it. Just give me the trophy. I was going to say he's talking to Phil Gray. Is he talking to Phil Gray there? But uh, I Smithers, my boy. You have an early night, son. You know, I've lost track of time. May have been on here that bloody long. 11 o'clock. Just played 9, did you? So did you have your, which one was it? The Pringle shell suit or the Lyle Scott one, mate? Because I know you were stuck, weren't you, in between? You didn't know. I would have done the Pringle one, mate, with the Donny socks and that. And which buggy did you take out? Because I know you've got a few golf carts, haven't you? You know, you've got 2, haven't you? You know, because you wouldn't want, even for 9 holes, you'd need a golf cart, wouldn't you, mate? I bet you lost some balls as well, didn't you, Phil? Could find them for you know, mate, for a small fee. I thought I did quite well on that quiz last night. You know, no one had done that logo thing before, and I was on my new tablet, right? So that was another thing that added the pressure. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting the recognition that I deserve for that quiz, to be honest. You know what I mean? Obviously, you can't please everyone, you know. Like, there's no way, basically, there's no way I was going to let Big G win, to be honest. So, it did turn out okay in the end. I did get away with it, but there's no way Big G was winning that quiz. Like, never hear the bloody last of it. If you have a look on my channel, Big G, one of my videos over Christmas is entitled "If You Remember This Classic, Give It a Like." I think it only had about 50 views, and it was Boone, mate. Hi Ho Silver. What was his name? What was Boone? Michael Elphick. Can't get anything past me, like. So Tattoo, is that Odd Job? Fantasy Island, they were on a cruise liner, was it a cruise liner? And that, I think the bloke you're on about was the little bloke who turned out to be, was he Odd Job? Might have got that wrong, but I know I can picture his face now. Not wrong with my toenails, mate. Quite healthy, actually. Oh, the rag and bone man. How honestly, they still do it now, but now they're in tranny vans, aren't they? And pickup trucks and that, aren't they? With their hand out the window with a fag. But back in the day, it was like, yeah, bo, yeah, bo. They all had their own little way, didn't they? Some proper annoying ones as well, but good way to get rid of a load of shite out your garage or shite out your house. The Sweeney's a good one, right, Tim? Because if you remember the Sweeney, you're older than me, mate. Because obviously I remember the Sweeney, but I think it was just a little bit before my time. My time was more the Professionals. Remember the Professionals? Right, here's a question for you, right? This one will sort the wheat from the chaff. I'm miles behind on the chat. Is Tim off, is he? That's how far behind I am on the chat. Tim's come in, said hi. No, he's off. Right. Here's a question for all you telly addicts out there. What was this show called, right? I'll tell you when it was on, exactly when it was on. It was on a Sunday night, and it was on BBC One, and it was on after That's Life. Remember That's Life with Esther Ranson? And it was a detective show, and it was one bloke, and he's still an actor to this day. He still gets good parts, and he still gets detective series. But this guy was a loner, and it was one word. The show was one word. And if you don't get it, I will give you a clue because I remember the actor as well. And if you get that, you are an absolute telly addict. Sunday night, after That's Life. Yeah, Narcos was a good show, mate. It was. That's you're off, Sean. Cheers, Sean, mate. Catch you later, brother. No one's got this, have they? Either no one's listening to us or no one can remember it. If I tell you the actor, you might. Oh, God, here we go. This, honestly, right, let me tell you this. Woo Mobile, right? This is Woo Mobile's other account, yeah, which is quite a good account. It's quite good, actually. It's worth a look because it's full of clips from the real early days of live streams when Pablo just come out. And I believe there might even be some clips from when Cody Lackey started it all off. And but I have watched a few of them. It's good to see because they're like 8 months old now, them clips from Pablo when he first started. But Woo Mobile's bound to get it, isn't she? Yeah, no one's even hazarding a guess. So we're talking BBC One detective show. It was on a Sunday night. It was on after That's Life, if anyone can remember That's Life with Esther Ranson and Doc Cox. So we're talking 9 o'clock, 9:30, and he was a detective. And it was one word, and the actor still gets big parts to this day, usually as that type of character as well. It's not Poirot, that guy. It's not Inspector Morse. Slim's dying to know now. Way before the Equalizer, that guy, way before. Well, oh wait. That'll be the third time. You must have heard that last one. It's not Frost. It's not Bergerac. Lovejoy, that was old, but wasn't Lovejoy. You're on the right tracks, though. It's not Taggart. Let me give you a clue then. Slim wants a clue, right? I'll tell you the actor. He's still big to this day. Trevor Eve. Trevor Eve played this character in the show. The Equalizer with Edward Woodward. I'd say that was 90s. That guy. For on about the same person. 90s. Northern King, you've never heard of Trevor Eve? Trevor Eve, I think his latest thing, what he got a big part in was Louise, we were on about it last night. Silent Witness. He played the main part in Silent Witness, Trevor Eve. No. Oh, I knew she'd get it. I just knew she'd get it. Shoestring. Can you remember? Can anyone not remember Shoestring? Eddie Shoestring. Man, go and have a look how long ago that was. I remember watching that every week. Shoestring. Will, do you remember him? Or Minder classic. I think I've seen every Minder. Way before Phil's time. When you get a minute, look Shoestring up on Google. Eddie Shoestring, Trevor Eve. That's the type of shit I used to watch with my mother when I was a kid. No wonder I've turned out the way I am now. Yeah. This is how far back I can go with TV. I can go back further than that. Can anyone remember Tales of the Unexpected? With that starting thing where all the tarot cards used to go around in a circle and they were like, it was a different story every week, wasn't it? They always had a little twist at the end, but that I did right a few years ago. I'm going to admit it, I did like start watching Tales of the Unexpected again, and even though I couldn't really remember them, I sort of guessed what was going to happen at the end because it was like that. It was so obvious, but it was little. They were quite good because you notice, right? You notice some of the actors from today were still going about. They were in that show, Tales of the Unexpected. Like, they must have been just starting out, you know, in the acting days. But he's another one. Who remembers Hammer House of Horror? Anyone remember Hammer House of Horror? Used to be like really scary stories, like on a Friday night, I think it was. Sergio Ticini, if we're going into the close. We all had Sergio Ticini, I think Phil Graham's still got a few Sergio Ticini shell suits, actually. They haven't been out the wrapper, though, because they're worth too much to him, you know, but they are in his collection. Red Shoe Diaries. Wasn't that like soft porn, King? Wasn't that like soft porn back in the day? Remember that? What was them films that come out? We were on about VHSs, yeah. So there was these films and there was soft porn. We used to see a bit of a growler. And you used to see like some nipples and a growler. It was one word, one woman's. Remember the bitch and the stud with what's she called? Joan Collins, the bitch and the stud. Brilliant films, them, even to this day. 18 classic Saturday TV, wasn't it? TJ Hooker, yeah. Cagney and Lacey. There was another one as well. Oh, my screen might go off here. My screen goes off, guys. Oh no, it's all right. It's gone back now. Cagney and Lacey. Who else was there? Julia Bravo. Anyone remember Julia Bravo? Can anyone remember Tiz Was? Yeah, Tiz Was. With Lenny Henry, Chris Tarrant. We're talking Saturday morning TV. Tiz Was, and they used to have throw custard over people. That was the big thing. You know what I mean? But what people forget is that Tiz Was a kid's show on a Saturday morning, right? But there was an adult version of it, right? Where also you used to see a little bit of like a G-string or a little few. No, you might get a bit of nudity, you know, full frontal nudity, yeah. And it was on a Friday night, and it was called OTT. Chris Tarrant used to host it. and it was basically stupid things they did on Tiswas, but for adults. It's over the top. That's what it stood for, yeah. I remember that as well. But he only got to watch that because my nana and granddad were always went to the social club on a Friday night, you know, to play bingo and all that, like back in the day. The old social clubs. They used to come in drunk and let me stay up and watch all the late shows on a Friday night. Yeah, was great, man. Bread, yeah, bread. Joey Boswell, Avaline, was it? I think our mate Mouse Charger was called Avaline for a little bit, wasn't she? People trying to say that comparing her with Avaline. Yeah, like I can't remember any original show where they've done a remake of it and it's been the same, because it's got to be about the actors, hasn't it? The actors make it. I mean, imagine Only Fools and Horses without David Jason, like trying to replace him. You just couldn't, could you? You couldn't replace Del and Rodney any other than them two. It just wouldn't work, and no one's ever even tried it. That just wouldn't work. Right, I can see Penfold in there. Penfold. What cartoon was that? It was with Baron Greenback, wasn't it? Danger Mouse, wasn't it? Is that Danger Mouse? Who remembers? We're now going into something deep here when we're talking about cartoons. Yeah, if you're going to go into cartoons, right? Who remembers Inside Private Eye? I can remember getting an Inside Private Eye, like manual for Christmas, you know, with all these best cartoons in. Anyone remember that? Euro Trash John, classic show. Few people in here who put Euro Trash right up there. But Danger Mouse, Baron Greenback, didn't he live in like down the sewer or something? He was a big frog, wasn't he? And he was his nemesis, wasn't he? Danger Mouse's nemesis. Button Moon. Of course, we all remember Button Moon. Rainbow, right? I'm definitely not imagining this, right? But Rainbow, there's been clips of Rainbow that they're still on YouTube. They must be still on YouTube now, right? Where there are actual episodes of Rainbow where some of the conversation was like double entendres, you know, like quite risque. But obviously they didn't mean that at the time because the Rainbow was made for kids, wasn't it? But I've seen a few clips where there's been a scene in Rainbow and they're all talking normally like they would for kids, but looking back on it, it was it meant something totally different to us now looking at it. Upstairs, Downstairs, that was the show. Yeah, that was about maids and that one, and the upstairs and downstairs being where all the cooks and all the butlers and all that went on downstairs, didn't they? And the rich people lived upstairs, yeah. Downton Abbey, you know. If anyone, we've all heard of Downton Abbey, right? Now, don't get me wrong. When Downton Abbey first come out, Mum and Dad swore about it. Mum and Dad raved about it, and I was like, I'm not watching that shit. You know what I mean? Fuck that. And then one day I had nothing to watch, right? Believe it or not. I thought, you know what? I'll give Downton Abbey a go. Oh my God. One of the best series ever made, Downton Abbey. Absolutely, like, just quality. And you know when there's quality, because they always get about 5 series, and then they've got a film as well, and all that as well. Beautiful Blues, right? I'm not associating me with anything what you've been doing in that comment, yeah? But who remembers the Confessions of films? Confessions of a Window Cleaner. Confessions of, I think it was, I don't remember the bloke's name as well. Robin Asquith, was it? And I'm sure my age now. Fuck me. Told you, man, I'm obsessed with 80s TV and stuff. You remember them? Go anyone who hasn't seen any of the Confessions films. There was a series of them, and Robert Asquith, who were like, it was soft porn in a way. There was a few growlers out. Yeah, I remember Windy Clean, a taxi driver, I think was one of them. Confessions of a Taxi Driver. I totally agree with you there, mate. On the buses, little bit before my time, I'm not going to lie, but I do remember the characters. I think Sid James was in there. Betty, what's she called? Hetty Jakes, is it? And Olive. I want to throw another spanner in the works here. Sitcoms, right? Sitcoms. Who remembers? I'm talking like George and Mildred, yeah? I think it was George and Mildred back in the day. But what about called? What about Just Good Friends? Does anyone remember Just Good Friends? The bloke had a curly perm, a bit like Phil Graham's, but it was blonde. Believe it or not, it was a blonde. And I can see his face now. I can't remember his name. But it was about him and his girlfriend. Terry and June, mate. Yeah, quality. Keeping Up Appearances. Yeah, that was a good one. Battlefield song. I wanna know that right, but I don't. We got Tyrone up. You're doing all right there, mate. Reg Varney, was it? Was Sid James in on the buses or not? I said I wasn't going to highlight any more of your comments tonight after today, mate, but I'll give you another one just because I like you. Terry McCann. What the fox? What the fox? What's happening? What the fox? What the hell does that say? Paul Nicholas, get in there, son. Right or wrong, Tyrone remembers it. For a bonus point, Tyrone, what was the other girl's name then in it? His girlfriend? They were always falling out, weren't they? You know, always bickering and that, but they always got back together in the end, didn't they? Right. Allah. Yeah, he did have a song in the charts, mate. He did have a song in the charts. Proper cheesy as well, wasn't it? Oh, could be wrong then. He might not have been in St. James might not have been. I might get that mixed up. Yeah, that's because you were when you were doing that, King, you seen an opportunity when I was deep in conversation with my borough mate. nutter, and you've obviously seen an opportunity there, just like get some to get some Schneidy comments in, you know, and you've like that's proper Schneidy stuff, that, mate. Like taking advantage, you know, in a way, in it, really. What was that other show? Remember Duty Free as well? Duty Free. Was it Michael Barron? Where they were on holiday in Spain, duty free. Fuck me. Quite funny that though, really. The ones where we all used to sit down and watch it. Everyone used to watch duty free, like millions of people. Oh yeah, I'm HAPPY, I'm HAPPY. I know what it is. Only When I Laugh. It's called Only When I Laugh. It was based in a hospital ward, wasn't it? Jesus, that was old, that one. My God. Are we near 50 likes, like, Slim? Come on, Slim. Come on, people, 50 likes. Let's smash some records. I'll be honest, my eyes are like bloody piss holes in the snow. I was looking for something a bit better than that. Bruce Cruz. Only When I Laugh. Yeah, I just remembers it as well. We might have a little spinny circle in a minute, I'm telling you, because I'm trying to put other people's comments on and it won't let me, which is what it did before when I lost signal. Hope it doesn't. If we were, I mean, I did a live, King, when I've tried to highlight your comment there, King, but it hasn't got up. We all remember the live, the fateful night. That was the night when everyone got blocked and timed out, and when I did a watch along against Sunderland. Loads of only today, 4 hours ago, did I unblock somebody who's been blocked since that day. Has only just been unblocked this very night because of that day. But yeah, good win, mate. Good win. But I think we'll still finish ahead of you. Love Boat. Was Love Boat anything to do with Fantasy Island? Was it a follow-up to that or a spin-off or something? Yeah. Crackerjack. Crackerjack. Yeah, I do remember Crackerjack. Also, remember, does anyone remember that? I know what it's called, but I'm going to ask you, right? Mike Reed presented it. No, Mike Reed of EastEnders fame, stand-up comedian, Frank Butcher. Pat, I want the car lock, Pat. You know that one? Inkster England, that is my Bible. Once. Still one of the funniest shows ever on TV. I love everyone who's in it. Rick Mail was my hero. But going back to Mike Reed, yeah, this show was like basically loads of people in a circle, and you had to answer a question, and they all had to run in the middle. Anyone remember what that was called? Well, I do remember Cheers. That went on for a good few years, didn't it? But I wasn't into the American. I never got the American comedy, to be honest. Wasn't even a big fan of Friends, to be honest. I've seen Nesbitt. That was a good one as well. Absolutely. You know what? Harry Enfield. Harry Enfield and I mean, Harry Enfield, I was going to say he's the brains, right? Because he goes back a long way. I can remember a character he had called Loads of Money. Can anyone remember that? Loads of money. Used to have a big wad of money. And then he also played another character on the same show where he worked in a kebab shop. He was a Greek, worked at a kebab shop, Stavros. My head's working overtime, I tell you. What was the other fella off the Fast Show called with Harry Enfield? Does that fishing show, Paul Whitehouse? Them two are both geniuses, like comic geniuses. But I think Harry Enfield just pips it for me. Obviously, they both work together on the Fast Show. And we all know how funny the Fast Show was. Oh, mate. What the Fox, right? I don't care who you are or how many times you've been in here, right? Because you've just reminded me of Game On, which, oh, mate. I think I was 18 when that show come on. The original, the first one, because they made another series, didn't they? And they only kept, what was she called? It was the ginger one, wasn't there? But the main part, the guy, can't remember his name in the show now, but he was one of the agoraphobic one. He couldn't leave his flat, could he? And he had Samantha Janus. She was one of his flatmates, and the other ginger fella, mate. That was so funny, that show, Game On. But when it went to the second series, changed the bloke. And even though he was good, he wasn't as good as the first one. Well, I can't even remember what I asked, you know. I think everyone's seen Cheech and Chong, haven't they? Another proper cult classic. I don't think there's anyone here who can't have seen Cheech and Chong, because everyone in here smokes weed, don't they? Oh, King, I'm very sorry, mate. Sorry, King. King. Sorry, mate. I would have lost the viewer there if I'd have kept on eating. It was bacon fries, though, mate. I don't know if that makes it any worse or any better. But it was bacon fries. Tyrone, you are so close, mate. You're so close, right? But I'm going to put my last pound on it. It was called Run Around, not Run About, because he used to stand there and he used to go, run around. But I wouldn't put my life on it, but I'm pretty sure it was called Run Around. Run around. And then all the kids used to just go mad and start running all over the place, didn't they? Who remembers? You know what? I went to get another crisp there, and I just can't now because King won't be happy. He doesn't like Northern King. Everyone there. If he's in your chat, don't eat because it doesn't work well for him. You will lose a you'll lose a viewer. I remember, yeah, who remembers? Give us a clue. The first ones were Lionel Blair and who played Aunt Sally and Wurzel Gummidge. God, my brain's just like an 80s TV machine. I know, Will, what's going on with where's the original account, mate? You know what, guys? Much fun as I'm having, my eyes are absolutely going square here, and I'm absolutely loving the 80s talk. But I'm going to finish this on 5 hours, which is like 9 minutes. Eunice Stubbs. But I'm in my absolutely in my element, as you can probably see. It's my comfort zone, 80s TV and films and music. Yeah, but to say Lionel Blair, is he still alive? Lionel Blair. Don't know whether he popped his clogs, this year or last year. Who played Popeye in the Popeye movie? Ooh. You know what? I'm not sure. I don't even think I've seen that. Did they make a film of Popeye? Did they? Jesus. So who shadow bans? Who does the shadow banning? Mark and Mindy. There's one. Mark and Mindy. Kelvin, what have I missed? I don't want to miss. I don't know, mate. Who did play him, Kelvin? Right or wrong? Saying Robin Williams. Is that right? Mark. Oh no, that was Mark and Mindy. What it? Robin Williams. Mark Colin Orson. Mark Colin Orson. Come in, Orson. Crazy show that, mate. Not me. Was a crazy show that. Metal Mickey, Saturday night TV, wasn't it? Bit of a R2D2 from Wish, wasn't it, Metal Mickey? I remember it though. Do remember it. Yeah, one thing I don't know what a shadow ban is. I have heard the phrase like through about. I don't know what it means. One of them. Well, I've still got it on my phone, right? Anyone who likes prison stories or anything to do with prison, we have had a bit of prison talk tonight. But this fella is a Geordie called Ricky Killeen. I don't know, Northern King, you might know him, called Behind the Bars TV, Ricky Killeen. Now, I started watching him a few months ago and he only had 10,000 subs, right? I say only because in a few months he's gained 11,500 subs, so he's doing something right. Proper down to earth bloke. He's been in Durham and he's been in with all the murders and all that. He's got some beauty stories. Hey, I tell you what was it? I tell you who had a good live today, a good. Don't know if you can call it a podcast. Do we all know the Central Club? Yeah, Cullen Mays, the Central Club, Cardiff-based lad. He's had Pablo's been on there, Fighting Trolls. I've interviewed him. I've interviewed Decker Hegg. I've interviewed Uncle K's been on there. It's a good little setup. There was 3 of them. I haven't watched it for a while, but I did notice today he had Tommy Robinson and some other fella who looked like he was in some sort of gang, football hooligan type thing or National Front or something. And I seen a premiere of it today. And I thought, wow, he's doing, because Cullen's had some really good guests on that show, like ex-footballers and usually Welsh people. But I seen that advertised, Tommy Robinson, and I thought, wow, that'll be good. Got the notification for it earlier on, right? Cullen, he won't mind me saying that I have been in quite a few of his lives and shows, and they don't get the credit they deserve. But he had 1,700 people in his live chat when that was on today. 1,700 people. Tommy Robinson, and I don't know the other fellow's name, but go and have a look at that, because that is going to smash all records. That our mate Bostog was in there. Bostog's got a spanner in there in Central Club podcast. Go and check it out, because you've got 1,700 people in your live chat, right? I dread to think how many views it's going to get. Like by, it'll just go up by the day, won't it? Right, we've got 3 minutes left, guys. You know what? Been another belter, like 5 hours. I know there's been other lives on there. I haven't even worried about them, to be honest, because it doesn't matter who else is on live. Like, I've still had 30 people in here. All the regulars, some new people in. Rebellion, new face, but you've been in all night, man, chipping in the chat. Big G's been in, keeping an eye on everything. Kelvin's always in here. Ice has been in for a while. Mermaid, see Mermaid bigging us up on other channels. Nice one, Mermaid. Respect to you. Mr. England's been in for a while. John has. That's what it's all about. Woo. Tyrone becoming a regular as well, mate. Nice one. Massive respect. Slim keeping an eye on things as always, my mate. Slim. And this is just people who've been in the last few hours, you know. That guy D becoming a regular in here as well, man. Funniest bloke. Fucking hilarious, man. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him. And the guests we've had on seems like an age ago. I know there was a bit of prison talk, and did have a few people on from Middlesbrough. So, and I know it's for everyone's cup of tea, two lads from Borough talking about the old days and that. But what the fuck's another one? New one in tonight. Chipping in the chat. That's what it's all about, man. Northern King. You're coming in and you're chipping in the chat, then you're getting involved, aren't you? Can't ask for any more than that. Bright 77's been in there. You know what? There's only been a few of his comments that I've had to decipher. Who else haven't I mentioned? Ludon. I've probably bored Ludon to death. She's probably because she's been putting up with me. She has to put up with me all day, you know what I mean? So I can let her off for having an early night. But yeah, Tyrone, you know, this channel, mate, it is based around the 80s. Anyway, there's a few people who've been here since day one. Yes, so it was run around. Unlucky Tyrone, but stick with us, mate, and I'll prove to you that nobody knows more about 80s TV and music than me. Right. Massive respect, guys. I will be around for a little bit afterwards. I'm going to see who else is on live. But I have to give my eyes a rest because they're absolutely aching. And I haven't thought once about this thing on my bloody gum, so I must have been enjoying myself, you know. Gee, we'll have to take this convoy into another chat, mate. If you're hanging about, I'll see you about tonight, I thought. Right, guys, I know it's everyone's favourite, and it might not be around forever, but it's becoming the intro song and the exit song. Now, I don't like to wear things out, you know. So I will be looking for some new songs. For the meantime, though, you have to put up the Buzzcocks.
Even if you're the podcast, think you are your host. I'll take out with you, big all the funny, you are bossy. I'll take you up to my house and fucking smash your pasty. Let this last from Whiskey B. I took her to the house because she wanted to play. She was like, "Ew, you're pure out." I love her, I wouldn't fuck it wrong, cause I think I know you know how she used to be in a nanny at the high school. I think I made a fool, so that's kind of cool. She said, you are cool, she can come back to me, cause you brought her lunch. Well, I didn't stop looking till the break of dawn, now and I take the fucking lot on my mobile phone. She was like, well, didn't you embarrassed? I was like, of course I would, man. All the ashes in the way, I think you're pure course. Even if you're the best podcast, still think you are your horse. Pause and take out with you, big all the funny, you are classy. I'll take you back to my house and fucking smash your pasty. I met last from walk again, she had a top-notch funny that was no engaged. She had deep front teeth, but she was better. I took her for a date and we know much sheller. I left her slipped on the Spectra gold. After a few minutes, I like started to unfold. She ripped up her nigga like Hulk Hogan. I was like, well, you are smoking. I've never met a lass like her before who loved it. On a bus stop door, she said I'm not the first and I won't be the last, so I thought, well, fuck it, I think I'll have a blast, so I halfway through and just started getting fuckers, shouting out stuff like I'm gonna hit you now. She wanted me bent, but I thought, fuck that, so I pulled up me up and brought it on her back. All the lashes in the way, I think you're pure course. Even if you're the best podcast, still think you are the most. Wasn't take out with you, big all the funny, you are classy. I'll take you back to my house and fucking smash your pasty. Well, nothing that seems all up on the dance floor. Rush and the applause. I am finally up in the corner. And you know, you're good looking, you're good looking, you're good looking. But you're there, you're ugly, but I'm still right here. All the ashes in the way, I think you're too close. Even if you're the best podcast, still think you are no more. Wasn't right now with you, big all the funny, you are bossy. I'll take you back to my house and fucking smash your pasty.